Tai sveiki.
So, welcome, dear listeners, and colleagues and guests, the members of the conference. So, this is the time when we should be starting. It is a pleasure to congratulate you in the name of the organizers. And so, thank you for coming to the annual conference, Women's Human Rights in Lithuania 2025. The goal of this conference is the situation of NGOs for women's rights, looking at the perspectives of these NGOs, and hoping that the decision makers will hear about the importance of women NGOs during these difficult times. So that's a brief introduction. Now I would like to invite Honorable Member of the European Parliament, Professor Dainius Žalimas, to say a few words. So thank you very much. Honorable participants of this event, honorable guests, I would like to start with a warm thank you. Those who came here, representatives of civil societies who strive to protect women's rights with your work every day, usually without sufficient recognition, sufficient support, material and moral, but without you, our liberal democracy would definitely be less resilient. And we know that the progress in women's rights, just like in any human rights area, does not come on its own. The history keeps moving when someone pushes it forward. In fact, for some time now, it started to seem like women's rights questions, at least on the principle level, have achieved a certain end of history. Yes, there were and still are a lot of issues that remained unsolved. For example, the fact that 60 million women in the EU have suffered physical and sexual violence. More than half the women have suffered sexual harassment at least once. But we couldn't ignore real progress. But the end of history did not come to be, and the women's rights that became a norm in a sense, once again became the focus of the fundamental rights organizations and political parties. The opponents of women's rights, who used to say in the past that we in general agree, but the societies are not ready, now they oppose the women's rights openly. They spread myths about genderism and woke ideology, and the traditional church representatives support similar ideology as well. And they say that they talk about a traditional value vertical. But you can't miss the fact that aggression against women's rights, that's how we could call it, and specifically women's rights, coincides in time with aggression in the international relationship. And it's Russian regime that tries to unite these aggressions by spreading the Russism ideology. The Russism sets the goal to defend Christian values and traditional values. And women's rights for the adepts of this ideology became the first target after Ukraine. And Ukraine's fight is the fight for the right of all the nations. And just like Ukraine, you are fighting for human rights, for women's rights, and also for equality of all humans. And that is a target for Russia and for the radical right, which today is in government, in power. And Russia, just like radical right, only understands the power and the power of force. It is difficult to believe for me that in Lithuania, the Nemozarios, I won't call it in a different name, is trying to repeat the scenario of Georgia, of Russia, and Hungary, and the Social Democrat Party, which tried to seem progressive, is moving away from that. So I will not be silent on this issue, on this topic today. But in the vote of last week in Parliament, where there are efforts to destroy the independence of the national broadcaster, so with these facts, I can't understand how in reality could the current Social Democrats fraction be prepared to protect women's rights? The people who are voting for the Nemozarios, lessening democratic and liberal values, can't you understand that Nemunas Don or Nemunazarios is becoming the standard of the ruling position, ruling coalition? And if we don't oppose it according to our values, the macho and misanthropic standards of this Nemunas Don will become the standards of Lithuania. And we see that from the behavior of Nemunas Don, which is becoming values of all the other ruling coalition. And so I would like to invite NGOs and academics of women's rights not to go to compromises with the radical right, with those who are saying that maybe we shouldn't be talking too openly about women's rights, maybe it's not the time for that, maybe it's irritating people. On the contrary, any compromises will only spread the message that we are doubting ourselves and create a idea that there is something wrong with women's rights. But this has to be a strategic fight for the direction of state resilient to the radical right and racist ideology, for the society where no one should be put down for their values. And so I would like to once again thank you for your work and encourage you to continue this work in the future. Thank you.
Žodį tarti gerbiamai Jurgita Sejonienė.
Let me now give the floor to Ms. Jurgita Sejonienė. She is the head of the provisional group for women of the Seimas, and she agreed to moderate the first part of the conference. So please, Ms. Sejonienė, the floor is yours. Thank you, Ms. Vasilauska. It is definitely a pleasure for me to moderate the first part of this conference and contribute to the fostering of women's rights in Lithuania. A lot of meaningful words have been made by Professor Žalimas, and so it would be difficult to add anything new to that. Indeed, in Lithuania, we have made quite a few important steps to make sure that women in Lithuania feel more dignified and safer. Have we done all, however? I believe no. And Professor Žalimas has already mentioned that there are many arguments invoked, those that refer to the migration crisis, to the battles ongoing at the border areas in our country. Apparently many challenges that we are dealing with, and so long as we have these challenges, we are seemingly unable to tackle women's rights issues. I would agree in part, and Ukraine is one that is demonstrating just that, meaning that despite the ongoing war, they are demonstrating that they are a democratic and pro-Western country and is addressing women's rights challenges. Likewise, I believe we should also focus on the NGOs, the civil rights organizations, those that make huge efforts on a daily basis to make sure that women feel dignified in our country. It is these organizations that we will be focusing today. These organizations are making sure that we work on a gender basis. And since Ms. Veselauske has already given me the floor, I would like to take this opportunity and start our conference by inviting Professor Ekaterina Rojaka. She's the member of the Suicide and Violence Prevention Commission of the Seimas, and she was also a chairman previously of this commission, and she was doing a tremendous job in her capacity. So please, Ms. Rojaka, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Allow me to welcome you to this conference dedicated to domestic violence. And we are talking today not only about human rights, we are also discussing life and dignity, something that we constantly encounter in the daily work of our commission. These are the kind of values that we must defend without making any compromises. Every woman is well aware of harassment. Every woman has encountered domestic violence or knows somebody who has encountered domestic violence. Both men and the elderly tend to think that we tend to over-dramatize the situation regarding domestic violence. There are still people who are intimidated to seek help when facing domestic violence, maybe due to the still existing stereotypes. The culture of silence in general is the one that continues to protect the perpetrator, but also prevents addressing this issue meaningfully. And we must also not forget that violence takes different forms, both online and offline. As for the digital space, colleagues, women and young girls in that environment become very easy targets due to anonymity, huge spread of information, and because of slow reaction by platforms, online platforms. This does a huge influence on the women. Planet Youth demonstrates that over a third of young girls assess their mental health as good or fairly good. The same could be said about young men. All of that restricts women's opportunity to speak openly and express their voice. Violence is not a virtual problem. It's a problem that affects all of us and the actual human rights of women. And women need greater protection of their rights. And all of you contribute to addressing these issues. The network of assistance organizations is expanding, and we are happy to see the growing numbers of women that seek help. We tend to focus more now not only on the physical but also on mental violence, as well as economic violence. It is also important to mention that schools tend to focus more on a number of different initiatives, and so it is important to continue to speak up, not to remain silent, because democracy is as strong as it protects the weakest. If women do not feel safe at work, at home, online, offline, the state cannot be called a strong one. So thank you to all for contributing to the efforts of strengthening our state. Thank you.
Dėkui, gerbama Jekaterina.
Thank you, Honorable Yekaterina. So let's start without further ado the first part of the conference. It will conclude of 4 presentations. After that, during the second part, during the panel discussion, we'll have the opportunity to discuss about the main issues, and later we'll have an opportunity to, or right now rather, we'll have an opportunity to understand the situation in Lithuania by Rita Sakalauskienė, who will be replacing Rita Grigalienė, and her topic will be challenges and developments in domestic violence policy. Hello, honorable presenters, members of the parliament, and everyone who are here today. It is a huge honor for me to be here in this hall and to introduce the situation and the changes that we are planning in Lithuania. Because I definitely can sign each and every word of yours, and to reiterate that regardless of the progress that we achieved in the prevention of violence in the domestic environment, there are still a lot of issues facing us. And we definitely need a focus and collaboration from various institutions and parties and NGOs and the state institutions as well. I would also like to reiterate the congratulations from the Vice Minister, who couldn't participate due to unforeseen circumstances, but she, from the bottom of her heart, wishes to see significant changes and decisions that would be made to improve the situation of the victims of domestic violence in Lithuania. So I would like to start my presentation with the situation, as was mentioned. Regardless of the changes that we achieved in the previous years, especially since July the 1st of 2023, when the new edition of the combating violence, domestic violence took place, we still have about 50,000 reports on domestic violence in Lithuania annually. So this number basically doesn't change. Each year we receive 21,000 orders for protection from domestic violence, which is also a lot. And each year we also receive about 30,000 reports on violence in domestic environments. And each year we provide complex aid for 27,000 persons. So the statistic basically doesn't change. This year, we received 15,775 orders of protection from domestic violence. We also registered 3,744 criminal behavior cases in domestic environment. It is important to note the system that we created as of today in Lithuania, and the main flagships that maintain and create this change. This is specialized complex aid centers. We have 24 of them, and they provide aid both live and remotely. And the persons who suffered from domestic violence, who apply to these centers, it can receive various aid, for example, assistance to go to other institutions. They receive psychological aid, specialized legal aid. And these complex aid centers provide aid for adult persons. And it is very important to pay attention to persons with disabilities and access to the support, both remotely and live. So these 24 centers annually receive about 3 million euros from the Social Security and Labor Ministry, and also additional about 200,000 euros will be provided through financial tenders, which should aid in these efforts. When we're talking about stereotypical biases, preventative efforts are very important, and the ministry annually provides 75,000 euros for these efforts. In the recent years, we also paid additional attention to younger persons, and we definitely see a progress and change. Younger people who want to participate in the prevention of violence and domestic violence. So we see also that young men and boys will also be more active in this prevention. So the situation is changing. We see radical organizations emerging across Europe, and young men and boys become active in this area. So we try to provide aid to this focus group. Other important actors is not only the ministries, but and aid centers are other institutions as well. And these are centers that provide support and training for the centers themselves to ensure that aid provided is of good quality. They also provide competence improvement trainings, because the work that social complex aid centers provide is complicated. It involves psychological health, so it's important to keep that in mind. Another center that is active in this area is center that Prabilk, which works on the sexual violence, and it receives 75,000 annually from the ministry. And tomorrow, the ministry will be organizing a public conference on the work on the sexual violence and on the direction of the current algorithm that is used. So we'll organize this event together with the Ministry of Health, which is one of our main partners in this area. So the presenters also talked about stereotypical biases, the so-called closed-door issue, which is not a closed-door issue. In fact, we need a society that understands what are the challenges that are facing us, how important is the domestic violence, that it's not only a family issue, that this is a societal issue. So considering that, we dedicate funds to the publicity campaigns. Some of them were already initiated, some are still awaiting, and they will have to involve not only the complex aid centers, but also we'll try to educate doctors, educators, and NGOs, and to provide tools to them and competence to them. We'll try to pay attention to that. And then another important factor is inclusion of municipalities, because municipalities are the organizations without which the work would be impossible. So right now we are at the pilot test project stage. We delegated persons for this work, and we see that this creates large added value in the municipalities, both working locally and developing the work of commissions, and also developing the work to cooperation with complex aid centers. So these tools are financed through structural funds, and the total fund delegated to them is about 2 million euros. Another important challenge facing all of us today, which is in our portfolios, is the directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence. So currently the transfer from the EU directive is happening. We're debating it with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education and Sport, and other interested parties. How should we improve the system of combating violence against women and domestic violence to ensure effective aid? So the main changes that we can already name today, where we have an agreement, is that we need to highlight the new terms, that they would work towards the aid for the people who suffered from the violence. So we need to understand that not only women, but men also suffer from violence in domestic environments. Also, we need to introduce the Order Institute, Order of short-term and long-term protection from violence in the domestic environment. So we are looking for agreement on this order, and also so we need also cooperation. So we need to come to an agreement how that aid is provided. We need to improve cooperation with the ministries, with the Justice Department. Another issue that we are debating with the NGOs, and of course we have various different opinion, which is work with people who are at risk, because their number is quite large, and we have to look for solutions, preventative maybe programs, or the penalties for repeated violations. Another issue that I would like to talk about is the complexity of the solutions. In order to provide effective aid for the people who have suffered from violence, is to see the whole field. Complex aid is not always sufficient. We need inclusion of complex aid and ways for the people who suffered from the violence to exit those relationship, because statistics show that a lot of people remain in that violence environment. Also, we need various discussions on the order of prevention. We see now that the complex aid centers concentrate the work, and we need to ensure the data transmission to the complex aid centers. We need to make more efficient the provision of rapid order, and also create a long-term order institute. Talking about a short-term order, the procedure remains as it was, but we need to look at the statistics and to analyze it, because we see that the pretrial investigation number is going down, that repeated orders are increasing, so the challenges remain the same. The orders don't solve the issue on its own, because we put the person back, but statistics show that they go back after and they repeat violent relationship or violent activities. So we have to find solutions, because the numbers, as I mentioned in the past, remain the same. We also are talking and debating in this area about the term of long-term order, about the procedure. We're also trying to review the expert review model, expert assessment model. So we need to agree. We are agreeing with the courts that we need to find the legal procedures that we will choose. There are issues with the civil codes, with the criminal codes, and we're also putting forward suggestion that we may need a new legal system. So we don't have solutions as of yet, but there are a lot of discussions in the Violence Council. And I believe that the solution that we will find will be the most efficient. Speaking of the people who are posing risk, we see that the risk percentage of them is high, but number of people who are participating in the programs of trying to look for solutions is quite low. So we get large number of orders, but only 101 person finished those programs in 2024, regardless of the efforts to spread this program. It's a long-term program, and municipalities have to keep up these programs, but persons don't participate in those programs. So currently we have the red line, the red indicator that something's wrong here. Those programs are not effective. Another point that we see about lack of inclusion, lack of participation, is the understanding of those persons themselves. We also see that voluntary participation does not work. So we see the need for transferring these risk-posing persons to men's organizations to try to include them in the violence prevention programs. So that might be one of the solutions.
Another thing to be looked into are compulsory programs. That is, we are considering the restriction to using guns to those persons who have received permits to own a gun, because a weapon in the arms of these people is definitely a red flag, something that should be concerning, and we should treat this situation appropriately. What is also important to note, despite the convictions regarding gender differences, a number of people a number of repeated abusers are those that are also people that are suffering from different addictions. So we have to include a number of programs that assist those people in dealing with their addictions. And it's very difficult to change any of their behavior unless we change their approach to these addictions. And we're also considering that people who have received 3 orders for protection and above should be compulsory included into assistance programs. Negligence is another aspect that we need to take into account of. A number of people who suffer from their close ones. These are mainly people who are the elderly, who are disabled. And these are the people that suffer from negligence. Every stakeholder must be involved to address the situation and to treat those situations as cases of violence as opposed to something else that is that exists at the moment. We're also building an information system for specialized complex assistance centers. At the moment, we have restrictions and limitations. We cannot see the entire path that a victim needs to take while addressing different assistance institutions. Not all of the data will be open, though. Only information on the issued orders for protection will be available, and in those cases where people will seek help anonymously do so, the system will provide this opportunity. We will launch this system at the beginning of 2027. Moreover, we're going to introduce rating criteria for specialized assistance centers in order to introduce specific funding for them. We had cases where such organizations that were providing assistance to perpetrators, we have to have a model where two different systems function. One that provides assistance with the funding allocated for it to the victims, and the other one that is working with the perpetrators. So in this regard, we will also be looking into the experience of organizations, the competences that the organizations that will be building, and any other aspects related to that will be regulated with secondary legislation. So the new amendment to the law will amend the period for accreditation of such institutions. At the moment, this accreditation period was quite long, and we believe that this term has to be reviewed, and we should establish a 3-year period for that. Like I said, the new amendments will also improve the criteria for the requirements of experience for these organizations. We believe that the existing situation should not continue. And as for the time period for the transposition, full transposition of the directive, we believe that it should be 2027. I'm sorry if I've taken too much time. There are quite a few aspects that merited discussion, but I'm ready to answer any questions if there may be any. Thank you, Jolanta. Since we are a bit lagging behind, I believe let's postpone the questions till the debate session. On my part, I would like to express my gratitude to the ministry, and I'm sure that doing all of that work is definitely not an easy task to do. You've mentioned how many functions are going to be granted to those complex assistance centers, and the funding allocated for that is definitely inadequate. As for the cooperation with other ministries, the Ministry of Justice, let's say, which believes that it's going to be more difficult to represent human rights. In any case, I believe step by step, you will become the leaders among the state institutions. And now I would like to give the floor to our next keynote speaker, who will speak on the women's human rights in Lithuania 2025. To tell us about that, we give the floor to Ms. Lilija Henrika Vasiliauskė, Association Vilnius Women's House. Thank you, Rigita. I'm happy to note that we have people from other countries that will also take the floor and inform you on how women's rights issues are addressed elsewhere. In the meantime, I would like to focus on the situation in Lithuania in particular. Let me begin from the saying that our life is based on paradoxes. And I agree with the criticism that we have heard in Professor Žalima's introductory word. And I have to admit that the current political cycle definitely gives us some hope. We organized a women's rights organization annually, and the conference in 2023, which you can find the records of which on YouTube, demonstrated many things that have happened around that time. Those that were related to the situation in Lithuania and the EU in general, all of that made us hopeful. Well, first of all, I have to say that I believe the first prime minister in history, Ms. Inga Ruginienė, said for the first time that she sees no obstacles to the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. I'm not sure how this is going to look like in practice, but in general it is being said that the value-based issues must simply be settled and forgotten altogether. I believe that this is a welcome approach. And the international recommendations also offer not to engage in the discussion with the far-right representatives who this way are given a platform to present their evidence-not-based arguments. So if on the political level we have the statement that we should no longer engage in discussion and simply deal with those issues, I believe this is a welcomed approach. It is a value-based position, that of a liberal or any democracy in general. That is, we should address this issue as a human rights issue, because this is also a criteria used in assessing the level of democracy in a country, as well as the sentiments of happiness among society. We are living in very complicated times. Well, for instance, due to the hybrid war attacks, let us not forget that Lithuania is a border country. Due to the smuggling balloon attacks, our guests were unable to reach Lithuania. Our foreign guests' airplanes could not land in Lithuania. They were forced to land elsewhere, and so they reached eventually this country quite tired in their journey. So it's a pity that they had to go through that, but we should treat the situation seriously and think of the ways as to what could be done in order to enhance the consolidation of our society. I started with some words on the Istanbul Convention and the reserved hope that perhaps we will be able to move along from the starting point. The Istanbul Convention gives a worldview, a position that could be used in building our human rights protection system. Lithuania has done quite a few important steps in transposing this document. Thanks to the initiative of the former President Grybauskaitė, the Istanbul Convention was signed in 2013 and was submitted for ratification, and that's where the process got stuck. Later on in 2023, the then Speaker of the Seimas, Ms. Viktorija Čmilytė-Nielsen, appealed to the Constitutional Court regarding the compliance of the Istanbul Convention with the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania. For us, it was a definitely welcome step, especially bearing in mind the conclusion of the Constitutional Court. And we're really happy about the fact that the Constitutional Court agreed to look into the case. More so, the Constitutional Court ruled that the Council of Europe Convention was not in conflict with the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania. Moreover, it ruled that the convention is aimed at fighting violence against women. In the meantime, in 2025, we're discussing about the ratification of the convention. Well, this is not the first time we have such debates, but perhaps they will lead to something substantial. As for the prevention assistance system in Lithuania, I have to say that in 2011 we've adopted a truly progressive law on the protection against domestic violence. Unfortunately, after going through the hearings in different committees in the parliament, the law was adopted without the order for protection, and the introduction of the order for protection was adopted only later. In our country, though, NGOs are the ones that are used as a basis for building specialized complex assistance centers. As for the system of these centers, there are definitely a lot of issues regarding them, but it is important that our law establish the principle that our assistance is based on the NGOs. It is run by NGOs. And the first law, the first version of the law contained a very important position in that domestic violence, violence against women was also a violation of human rights. Since women are more likely to suffer from repeated violence, the government took the action to engage in prevention and punish the perpetrators, and that the state ensures the safety of the women in their home, which led to the adoption of the order for protection. So this was the nice beginnings that got stuck at a certain point.
We also have to add that Lithuania, like other member states, experience an organized, complex attack from the radical right. We have research data which shows that Gender Europe platform, unified platform creation from the radical right, which is aimed against human rights, first of all LGBT, but against women's reproductive rights and violence against women, was a preparation for expansion into West, for the war which began in 2014 in Ukraine. As we know, in 2017, the Russian Federation decriminalized violence against women. And we see all the evidence that in efforts to strengthen democracy, we have to strengthen women's rights and their situation, and to ensure that violence against women and domestic violence, which negates all the human rights of women because it prevents them from using it, that this violence should be an enemy that we can beat. And so we had some progress in various areas. It's very noticeable. And so I dedicate time to briefly review for the decision makers this picture. Because in 2015, out of nowhere, the Labour Party, which doesn't exist anymore, thank God, It disappeared from the political landscape. So the founders canceled the state violence against women's reduction strategy without any explanation. And in 2018, the law and the fundamentals of the protection of the rights of the children adopted divided the rights of women and children, opening the way for violations of article. And it was about the fact that women become responsible for themselves and their children. So the social employees and children rights specialists were prosecuting women rather than the violent persons. So in 2020, the mediation law, which introduced compulsory mediation without understanding of through the gender aspect, through understanding that there was a violence of men against women, it became a tool to deter women from trying to escape a violent marriage. So when the EU ratified the Istanbul Convention, when the directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence is being transferred to the national law, I want the decision makers to hear and all the policy makers to understand that we have two files. One of them is obvious men's violence against women, which is a power difference, which is historically an even men and women position. And here we have to have gender-specific policies and tools. And there is another file, which is domestic violence, where men against men, various relatives, like grandparent against a grandchild, or other cases. But there are differences between these two files because we have a difference of power that had to be understood as a major and key structural tool that allows the men to be violent against women, in mass. So we have to pay attention, not about postvention, so to say, because in the past it was misunderstood. Prevention was not understood, it was just talk. But we now have to see an equal position of men and women. The encouragement of women's rights and equality is what can de facto help us reduce the violence against women in increasing their power and capability to resist this violence. So coming to why we are talking about women's NGOs. Well, first of all, I will quote a quote that I've heard in a high-level conference in Madrid from one of the activists from Bulgaria. She said that women's organizations are the future and visionaries and the architects of all the fight against violence against women. And they come from women's NGOs. And their position right now, during the current geopolitical challenges, is extremely important, and it has to be strengthened. And the state has to understand that this is a strategic goal for the state. I'll briefly mention that if we are preparing for the day X and we are buying tanks or weapons, we have to understand that to serve as one warrior, we have to have 7 civilians behind the lines. And what will be there? There will be women's NGOs, because who remains behind the lines? It's women and children. So we have to have a reserved but directed view, because when we are moving the directive, EU directive, to the national law, when we're talking about legal regulation, quite recently the European Court of Justice stated that the same-sex marriages that are recognized in one member state have to be recognized in all the member states. So we see this movement from the EU, but this directive specifically provides us with the possibility to require requests for what we were demanding in the past, for the gender-based view. But in the previous political cycles, we didn't have that. In the previous, this issue was well known, but now we have some discussions and debates. As Honorable Jolanta talked, we have a platform where we are talking about this. So I think that we have to understand that we are stuck with the application of preventative tools. And we have to start talking once again about a specific norm in the criminal code, that violence against women in the family is a criminal act. In the 1990s, there was an effort to create the clear understanding for the criminal system for this understanding. And if we are trying to move towards prevention, we have to undertake the criminal prosecution, because we see the situation where each year we have 25 preventive orders which are given out against a single person, but the criminal procedure does not start. So we don't have the term understanding, the specific understanding of recidivist in this area. So we have laws, but they are not being applied. We are stuck with prevention. So unmotivated persons will not heed these preventive measures. And the whole world will move this path. And all the democratic countries tried to solve this issue. For a decade now, Norway, for example, twice made punishment stricter for domestic violence, and they have actual prosecution and jail time for criminal activities in domestic violence. So we have to review all of our laws, criminal laws. We have to consider that this is gender asymmetric violence, and men who undertake violence have to be punished, and women have to be provided aid. So, I would like to reiterate that I still has to see that the ratification of convention solves all the issues that the transfer of directive poses. The review of law could be successful only in case where we have a unified principle and platform which would be provided from this convention. So let's ratify Istanbul Convention, and then we'll know how can we transfer the directive, because there are tools that foresee the failure of transfer of the EU directive. So this is an opportunity for us to review the progress from 2015 about till now, because we have some tools that became tools of violence or the prevention of women's right to combat violence, to resist violence. And so we have to review that. For example, there is now that adult exclusion person is a possible person of violence. And so we could use this directive and convention of Istanbul Convention could help us to successfully create women-friendly legal system in Lithuania. Right now it is not women-friendly. So we'll have to opportunity to react to the other presentation about violence against women. So our organization does not receive financing for 7 years now for complex aid provision, but I hope that the situation that was formed during the last political cycle was completely intolerable and that it will be changed. Right now, for example, if we have 3 excellent NGOs that present 3 excellent projects, only one of them receives financing, which provides the project only 15 minutes after the midnight. The other 2 organizations won't receive the financing. So what could they do with their excellent experts? So we have a careful hope that we'll be heard right now, hopefully. We were not heard in 2023 with misplaced law which was being prepared, and hopefully right now we'll stop the regress and come back to reaching the progress. Thank you for your attention.
Dėkoju, gerbiamai Lilijai Henrikai, ypatingai.
Thank you, Ms. Vasiliauskė, especially for your efforts, bearing in mind that you are not state-funded. And given the situation, I believe it gives little hope as to what you could do further on. I would just have to say that we had one member of Parliament who was strongly in favor of the adoption of the Istanbul Convention, but bearing in mind the current political situation and the radical right spearheaded by Mr. Žemaitaitis, we'll see what our promises will turn into in the end. In the meantime, I would now like to give the floor to our next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Ingrida Daniela Žalimienė. She's the Associate Professor at the Faculty of Law at Vytautas Magnus University, and she's also the head of the Academic Department of Social Sciences at the EHU. Thank you very much. I'm grateful for the invitation, as well as for the broad topic that I was given to cover today, which is not that common in conferences like these. And this makes it easier for me as a speaker. And hopefully, with my speech, I will be able to reflect on the substance of my topic, which is the transposition of the EU Directive on Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence into Lithuanian law from the constitutional law perspective. The directive was adopted on the 14th of May 2024. Like other EU member states, Lithuania has been given 3 years to transpose this directive into national law. As we have already heard today, it is expected that this will actually happen 6 months earlier than the deadline given. So far, as the directive is still not fully functional in here, we can review its effects in our country. From the perspective of constitutional law, the legal status of the directive primarily means that, first of all, the provisions of the directive are part of the legal system of the Republic of Lithuania. Until it takes effect, it is not legally binding. However, this directive is important as a source of explaining the law. Secondly, as a rule, the provisions of directives, being secondary EU legislation, do not apply directly and must be transposed into national law, though they are binding on the member states. Once directive takes effect, its provisions should take supremacy over national law, as well as any other national legislation, all except for the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania. And the rule of collision is also enshrined in the Constitution. And it establishes the primacy of the EU legislation in cases where EU law arising from the treaties forming the basis of the European Union conflicts with Lithuanian national legal regulation, regardless of its legal force, except for the Constitution itself. And second, the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court also emphasizes that the constitutional imperative of Lithuania's full-fledged participation in the European Union implies a constitutional obligation to properly implement EU law requirements. The EU law is a source for interpreting the law of the Republic of Lithuania, including the Constitution, in those areas where Lithuania shares or entrusts state powers to the EU. Therefore, there is no constitutional basis to interpret the relevant constitutional provisions in a manner that diverges from how these matters are regulated by EU law. Considering this context, the purpose of this presentation is to briefly assess the extent to which the directive is compatible with the provisions of the Constitution. In other words, to what extent do the regulatory areas of the Constitution and the directive overlap? To what extent do they complement each other? Can any conflicts be identified, and if so, how should they be evaluated and resolved? And now, what are the aims of the directive? According to the directive itself, its essential aim is to establish a comprehensive system to effectively prevent and combat violence against women and domestic violence throughout the Union. Equality between men and women and non-discrimination are fundamental values of the Union and fundamental rights enshrined respectively in Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union and Articles 21 and 23 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. Violence against women and domestic violence jeopardize these values and rights, undermine women's and girls' right to equality in all areas of life, and hinder their equal participation in social and professional life. This is to be achieved by requiring member states to It is also important that in adopting the directive, the EU sought to align EU law with international standards, particularly those established in the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, or the Istanbul Convention, considered the gold standard for a comprehensive approach to this issue. As of May 2024, the EU and all its member states had signed the convention, with the exception of 5 states, which have not ratified it. And the EU completed its ratification in May 2023 and effectively became a party to the convention on the 1st of October 2023, though only within its exclusive competences. The directive, adopted in 2024, therefore aims to ensure that EU law achieves the same objectives as the Convention without exceeding EU competences. Even though we can say that it complies with the Constitution, the preamble of the directive explicitly establishes and ensures the directive's link with the Istanbul Convention. This becomes the most official reference point in assessing the directive's compatibility with the Lithuanian constitution. Now, why is it so? In its ruling of the 14th of March 2024, as referenced today already several times, the Constitutional Court carried out a limited review of the constitutionality of certain provisions of the Istanbul Convention. Although the Convention has not been ratified, its status as an international treaty, not an EU act, provided the Constitutional Court with competence to examine the contested provisions for compliance with the Constitution, which the Constitutional Court partly did so by announcing its ruling of the 14th of March 2024. I've singled out several points important to my topic of today. First, after assessing the provisions of the Convention in the context of its aims, the Constitutional Court concluded that both the Convention, intended to combat violence against women and domestic violence, by promoting genuine equality between women and men as a necessary precondition for reducing violence against women, and the constitutional imperatives set out in the Constitution pursue the same universally significant objectives. Therefore, the goals pursued by the directive are fully compatible with the Constitution. Second, which is nonetheless important, is that in its ruling of the 14th of March 2024, the Constitutional Court constitutionalized certain concepts relevant to both the Convention and the directive, as well as the protection of the rights of persons, particularly women, enshrined in both instruments. This means full compatibility with the Constitution. Now, why and how? First of all, the 1992 Constitution contains a classical catalogue of human rights without explicit references to women's rights or gender equality. Until the 14th of March 2024, the principles of equality and non-discrimination could only implicitly be understood as encompassing gender equality. In comparison, the Constitution explicitly protects only equal rights of spouses within the family. As regards women's rights, the Constitutional Court has consistently held that equality and non-discrimination require ensuring equal treatment for mothers and comparable childbearing opportunities for mothers and fathers. This means that the court has constantly stressed the importance of ensuring women's rights as parents. However, before 2024, neither the concept of equality between men and women nor the concept of gender as a social aspect has been constitutionalized. Secondly, the Constitutional Court clarified that the concept of gender in the Convention, meaning socially constructed roles, behaviors, activities, and attributes considered appropriate for women and men, refers to one of the factors underlying the violence that the Convention seeks to prevent and combat. This clarification of the court is also important in the directive's perspective as well. The court stressed that this concept does not negate the binary understanding of sex and does not imply the possibility of choosing a sex different from biological sex. This interpretation is also relevant for the directive, which uses the term gender in a manner consistent with the Convention and the Constitution, even if translated into Lithuanian simply as sex. The 14th of March 2024 ruling also constitutionalized the concepts of gender-based violence against women and violence against women on grounds of sex, emphasizing that such violence violates not only the right to personal inviolability and dignity, but also constitutes discrimination on grounds of sex. Any acts of gender-based violence, whether occurring in public or private life, and whether based on biological sex or on socially constructed expectations of gender roles, fall under the category of constitutionally prohibited discrimination. In this way, the Constitutional Court expanded the previously closed list of traditional discrimination grounds, such as sex, race, nationality, language, origin, social status, religion, belief, and so on. Today, thanks to this constitutional jurisprudence, the constitutional principle of non-discrimination must be understood as also prohibiting restrictions on rights based on age, sexual orientation, gender identity, as well as sex or gender. This is fully compatible with the meaning of the directive's provisions. And fourthly, the directive's requirements that member states criminalize specific offenses, ensure protection and access to justice for victims of violence against women and domestic violence, and provide victim support, and use actual assistance, are all aimed not only at combating such violence, but doing so effectively. From the perspective of the Constitution, only effective protection of human rights is fully compatible with it, particularly in the context of women's rights and, as emphasized by the Constitutional Court, the protection of children's rights. And so the Convention supplements the existing national law. So finally, the Constitutional Court's ruling of the 14th of March 2024 supports the conclusion that the directive's core objectives can and must be transposed into national law in a manner fully compliant with the Constitution. In any case, national legislative provisions such as amendments to the criminal code required to criminalize specific offenses listed in Chapter 2 of the directive, may, if necessary, be assessed for compliance with the Constitution in the same way as any other national law. So, in the event of any doubts regarding the constitutionality of laws, those doubts can be dispersed. And before I finish, I can say that it is obvious from the constitutional perspective, the Convention obliges the states to amend the practices grounded on stereotypical roles of genders. We can find such concepts as fight against the gender stereotypes and the translation of the term gender that is related to the social aspects of gender, but explaining the concept can only be done through the entire context of the Istanbul Convention. Psychological violence, harassment, stalking, rape, gender mutilation, forced sterilization. And these and other crimes are not covered by the directive. It only covers 2, perhaps. So the directive obliges introduce punishment for harassment online, spreading of manipulative information without consent, thereby supplementing the Istanbul Convention, and the same could be said from the constitutional perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Profession, for legal arguments and explanation. In using my right as a moderator, I'll note that the Parliament has transferred the EU directives almost unanimously to our legal basis. But we'll have an opportunity to specify in this case, because speaking of human rights, well, we have to sadly agree that there was not a lot of will to solve the human rights issues. Speaking of this Istanbul Convention, which hadn't reached the parliamentary hall for the 3rd term here. So I think that we'll have a good temperature check whether we can expect the ratification of Istanbul Convention during this term. And also, using my right as a moderator, I would like to ask all of you, since we're a bit late with agenda, before inviting the last presenter for this part, I would like to say that maybe let's go to the brief coffee break, and after we come back, we'll be able to ask questions and to discuss after the presentation. But now I would like to introduce Salim Akmanos, our guest from London, from the Center for Violence and Society. So you have a synchronous interpretation if you have trouble with English.
You hear me okay? I just want to say a thank you as well, because there's some amazing translators back there who are managing to make all of us feel incredibly included and have been live translating everything that you've been saying, which has been absolutely incredible. So a big shout out to them who've been doing an incredible job. I also want to say a big thank you. Susanna suggested this topic, which is a topic very close to my heart. Sorry, Lana, thank you very much. This is a really, often we talk about preventing violence, and we have a particular kind of range of things that we all think about when we think about what we need to do in terms of reducing violence. We think about the behavior of individual people, perpetrators, people who use harmful behaviours. We think about the responsibilities of families, of neighbourhoods. We think about the responsibilities of public services. We hold public services to account. We talk about what the police should do. We talk about what schools should do, what hospitals and healthcare services should do. Absolutely crucial is we talk about those third sector community-based NGOs who provide an incredible range of services, particularly in the UK. Much victim support services are provided by them. We talk about the policies of government at both the local level and the national level. But there's another part of this picture that we very rarely hold to account. And that's part of our big complex system in which everything that we're doing is influenced by. And that's the commercial determinants. Now, I'm not saying that those other things aren't crucial, but I'm saying that unless we deal with all of the factors that are influencing the amount and the type of violence in society, we're not going to reduce violence as a whole. Now, the commercial determinants of health is quite a well-established perspective. The commercial determinants of health originally was talking about those sorts of health-harming products, so tobacco industry, alcohol industry, gambling industry, increasingly fossil fuels, ultra-processed foods, those industries that are creating things that we know damage our health. And we can see that there's really clear, direct parallels when it comes to violence. We can see that there are some companies out there who are manufacturing goods that are used for monitoring, that are used in covert control and observation. There are companies that produce guns, knives, weapons. So there's some very obvious examples of industries that are involved in producing violence-harming products. But there's more to it than the production of products. So colleagues of mine did this paper recently that looked at the arms industry. And what they were saying is that it's not just the fact that the arms industry produce bombs, weapons, knives, but it's also the whole way in which that industry functions that creates an environment of violence. Now, I think a brilliant example of this, many of you may be aware, that the Mexican government took to court, sued 6 gun-producing companies in America. Now, they weren't suing those companies because they make guns. They were suing those companies because they have created violence in Mexico, not as a natural phenomenon or an inevitable consequence of the gun business or of US gun laws. It is the foreseeable result of the 6 companies' deliberate actions and business practices. Those defendants design, market, distribute and sell guns in ways that they know will routinely arm the drugs cartels in Mexico. So if you ever get the chance to read the complaint from the Mexican government, it makes for phenomenally impassioned and brilliant reading. But their point is, it's the whole ways in which industries can function. And that's what we also need to be aware of and target in our own violence prevention strategies. Now, this paper came out from Anna Gilmore and an international collection of academics. And what they were doing in this paper was producing an image of our societal systems and the different arms and levers within it. Now, what I'm just going to focus on in this are their typology of 6 different kinds of practices, just to show how industry shapes the amount of violence in society. And what we did was we took those practices and we applied them to violence prevention. So, for example, the political practices of industry create violence. For example, most recently through lobbying Parliament to bring about laws or to reduce laws that might control or regulate their activities. So we've seen this in the UK recently, where online social media companies lobbied against restrictions that would have been imposed on them by government. We need to be very careful when industry offers us some very tempting resources for our research, because often what happens with industry-funded research is that it problematizes individuals and moves our eyes away from structural determinants and downplays the harms of their products. Marketing practices is another area where we have to be very careful and watch. Many of you will be aware of what happened in America, Purdue Pharma, and their aggressive marketing of drugs that they knew were dependence-forming, OxyContin, and the epidemic of opioid addiction that caused has driven domestic violence across the states. We've seen now a direct result of those marketing practices. Environmental exploitation, we know that extreme weather events are associated with domestic violence. And we see labour practices also have consequences for violence against women and girls. For example, the use of non-disclosure agreements, which conceal the amount of violence and bullying that takes place. Financial practices is another way in which we need to be wary of commercial practices. For example, many companies investing pension scheme resources in regimes with poor human rights records. So if commercial actors and commercial products are part of the problem, should they be part of the solution? This is one example by a colleague of mine, which is looking at the banking industry. And actually, they found that what the banking industry was doing around alerting customers to signs of economic abuse was quite a positive move. There was things that they were doing in terms of the ways in which their financial products were being delivered that was working to reduce violence. However, ultimately, we have to bear in mind that whatever commercial actors do is underpinned by a profit motivation. It's just the way in which that system functions. So be wary of the production of safety products, for example, which appear to empower women, but actually often serve to make a profit out of fear and responsibilize victims for their own safety in ways that are not necessarily conducive to reducing violence. Companies will use good deeds to whitewash their behavior, and their reasons for doing that is because they want to persuade you that they can self-regulate, because then we won't ask our governments to regulate them. And we also need to be aware that some of those collaborations actively can cause harm. I'm going to conclude with two brief industry case studies. One is the gambling industry. We know that as a product, gambling is associated with increased domestic violence. Gambling causes economic abuse and tensions within households, which we know has had a direct impact on increased violence against women. In Australia, there are gambling venues that say, okay, we recognize this, therefore we're going to offer good deeds here. We're going to provide safe escape facilities within our gambling venues where women fleeing abuse at home can come and find refuge and be given baby wipes. And they might also make use of our gambling facilities while they're here. There's free alcohol available as well. So be very wary when the gambling industry or other industries offer to come to your university and talk about safety or offer to provide free products, because often there is going to be an ulterior purpose to that, and it can be one that actually serves to increase violence further. The gambling industry also directly targets its advertising at the most vulnerable of women. I was asked to come and talk on this TV program. This is a TV program that's shown in the UK. It's a daytime TV program. So most of the women, it's targeted at women who watch it, are at home during the day. Many are isolated, many are lonely. They have a big campaign raising awareness about domestic abuse. This is just a still from their website. Big campaign about domestic abuse. They got in contact with me and they said, would you like to come on our TV program and talk about our domestic abuse campaign? So I did a little due diligence and I went on their website, and across the top, across the sides, at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end of every single program, advertising for gambling. So as women who may well be vulnerable come to this program to find out about domestic abuse, they are being bombarded with gambling adverts the whole way through. Finally, and this is a bit hard to read, so I'm sorry if it's, look away if it's a bit much for you, but the pornography industry. So over the last 10 years, the pornography industry has switched massively to being online. And we know that the ways in which online platforms increase their monetization is by making clicks more and more predictable. If they can anticipate what will make you click through, that's how they generate the most profit. And the way in which they can predict what you're going to do is by polarizing. The more extreme your interests are, the more predictable they are. And thus, over the last 10 years, we have seen a huge increase in much more extreme pornography online. This is directly as a result of the monetization of the pornography industry and the way in which that's delivered online. We're seeing now a steep increase in depictions of strangulation and of suffocation in that pornography. So extreme depictions of violence. And we're also starting to see those behaviors occurring in sexual relationships as well amongst young people. Recent survey found that in the UK, which is closely following America, and I flag this because it may well be a trend that is happening elsewhere now as well, over half of 16 to 34-year-olds said that they had experienced non-fatal strangulation during a sexual encounter. And that's over half of those who are sexually active. So we're seeing something that was promoted in a commercial context, translating into violence in real life. We asked, this is colleagues of mine, asked young people where do they get their information about non-fatal strangulation. The most common source was from pornography. This is my final slide, just to flag. So, what do we do about it? These are two pieces of legislation that have either recently gone through or just gone through in Parliament in the UK. The first is saying we can't rely on the gambling industry to self-regulate. We are now requiring platforms to ensure that people are aged 18 or over in order to access pornography sites. So this is currently, if you try to access a pornography website from the UK, I'm sure there are ways around it, but it's a much tighter restriction than there has been before. So this is where centrally through law, it's through our Online Safety Act that has been brought through into law. The second has only just been announced last month, and that is that the depiction of strangulation or suffocation within pornography has now been criminalized, and it is now a criminal offense to make, share, or even possess pornography with such content. So finally, just to say, when we're thinking about violence prevention, absolutely key, we think about individuals, we think about services, public services, schools, people, communities, policing. We also need to think about some of those wider structural determinants. That includes the commercial determinants. We have to be wary not to rely on them when they say we can self-regulate. We have to think about what we can do to regulate their behaviours. Thank you. If you're interested in the commercial determinants of violence, do get in contact with me, because it's an area I think we need to build up more on.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Professor, for being here, and all our guests, despite our daily practice nowadays, daily routine and blocked airports, and for sharing these important messages. Dear Professor, it took some time for UK to ratify Istanbul Convention since signing it. Maybe you have any motivation advices for Lithuanian politicians to move faster with this issue?
in law, thank you, have been long, hard fought over, and they're not changes that I've been directly involved with, but they have been they've had cross-party support, and I think that's probably been a really key factor in their being adopted. But there was a lot of resistance from and hard lobbying against them. And a lot of complaints that it would be unworkable, but so far in practice it seems to have been it's early days for the Online Safety Act. The latter one hasn't yet, is only at the early stages. That's just been flagged up, but yes. Yeah.
Okay, so no universal advisors can be shared. Okay, so dabar mes tada turėkime šitą kavos pertraukėlę.
Well, in that case, let's take our coffee break and have some rest, and then let's come back refreshed at 14:35 for our panel discussion to continue with our keynote speakers. And then I believe we'll have a chance to express our ideas and opinions and ask questions. I would also like to add that we're grateful to Iki supermarket that has catered their own cakes for our coffee break. So please enjoy the coffee break.
Jo, gal tiesiog va čia yra visi pražėlė atsistopi. Ingrida, prie vėliavų, kur vėliavos? Vėliavos čia. Gerai, prie vėliavų. Ar čia matysis, ar čia užstos šitas? Ai, gerai. Tai sveiki sugrįžę.
Welcome back after the coffee break. Let us begin with our second part of the conference, which will be a panel discussion titled "Women's Help in titled "The Status of Women in Society and Family in the Context of Geopolitical Challenges, World Best Practices." This part of the conference will be moderated by me, Dr. Zuzana Vazilauskaitė, Association Vilnius Women's House. We will listen to the presentations from Ms. Agne Gradeckaitė from the Institutional Violence Prevention and Identification Center, also Professor Dr. Elizabeth Gilskrit from the University of Edinburgh, Mr. Ricardo Goetz-Presner from the City of Vienna Department for Women's Affairs. And then we will invite you to engage into a debate and ask questions that you had any during the conference. So with that, let us begin.
Taip, tai šiandieną pristatysiu
So today I would like to present to you the most prevalent cases of violence against women and how that is related to society's engagement in addressing the issue. During my presentation, I will present to you some of the results achieved through the implementation of different projects that together with Ms. Ilona Jonaitytė we're implementing at the Vilnius University. So civic engagement, what does that mean? First of all, it refers to people's engagement in civil activities targeting greater social inclusion in democratic processes. Civic engagement can be measured through personal positions or stances, through people's ability to change certain aspects existing in society, and in general, through general activities related to the improvement of the situation in society. Research shows that high civic engagement in society contributes greatly to the improvement of biosocial and psychological well-being in society. It also contributes to a greater motivation of society, its resilience to manipulation, and protection from polarization and the democratic decay. What is concerning is the reduction of civic engagement observed lately. The Civil Empowerment Index that is measured annually in Lithuania and announced every December, so the index for this year we're going to we're only going to hear in the future. As for the previous year index, it stands at 36.8 out of 100. The actual civil activeness has been on the decline. We also observe reduced engagement of people to provide help or assistance if need be. Some people assess civic engagement and the reduction in civic engagement to the past COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine. Moreover, the war in Ukraine has only increased the problem of domestic violence against women. The latest global statistics demonstrates that every third woman has suffered sexual or physical violence from men. Every second woman has suffered from psychological violence. Similar European statistics shows that every third woman has suffered sexual violence. In Lithuania, the statistic shows that the same could be said about every second woman. As for other forms of violence, since we have a lot of information about physical and psychological violence, let me focus on psychological violence. I'm sure that you are aware of more than 3 forms of violence that women face. Certainly, some representative statistics is lacking, allowing us to draw some conclusions regarding their prevalence in our society. We still lack the data on the prevalence of economic abuse, which continues even after the termination of violent relations. We lack information and assistance to victims of economic abuse. We know that information technologies take a lot of our everyday lives and contribute as well to the lack of information on such violence. Very often is the case of the collection of data on such violence in particular, because there is still little information available to collect such information. So I try to fill those gaps existing in scientific and in science and research. The analysis aims at assessing the prevalence of the different violence forms against men and women, and determine the civic engagement and the existence of civic stance in the fight against this issue. I have used a different methodology measuring the different forms of violence against men and women. One of them is the adapted questionnaire, technologically assisted adapted questionnaire, economic abuse scale, a data questionnaire. A total of 1,059 participants took part in the research. 47 of them suffered violence. 37% of women said that they are aware of a woman who has suffered male abuse, and 34% of women mentioned that they know women that have encountered such violence. These are women aged 19 to 64, with an average of 44. This is the statistics that was collected this year. Let me give you the results of this research. Almost half of the women research claimed that they have suffered some kind of form of violence from men. The most common form of violence is psychological and economic violence. 32 or every third woman suffered economic violence. And we see that violence exceeds the boundaries of physical violence and enters the virtual space as well. The most common form of electronic abuse was monitoring and surveillance and control. 15% of women surveyed said yes to this kind of violence. I looked into the reports, police reports, and apparently 34% of those reports are mainly related to the abuse online, meaning that this problem is on the rise. Economic violence is seen quite pervasively, and economic control is the most popular type of abuse. As for civic engagement, the results demonstrate that people are more or less active or positively assess civic engagement. We see that our respondents assess positively their civic engagement, since they rate above average in terms of the results of the survey. However, If we take a look at the actual civic engagement, it stands below the average of the view that such women exhibit. If we take a look at the 3 groups of women surveyed, that is, we look into the women who have suffered from violence, women who are aware of women who suffered from domestic violence, and the 3rd group, women who have not suffered domestic violence nor know anyone who has also suffered domestic violence. And we looked into the civic positions of the women among these 3 groups. We see that there are still people who are unable to recognize what is domestic violence. And we also note that there are many people who have encountered somebody who suffered from domestic violence. When it comes to civic behaviors, those civic engagement positions were more or less similar. However, when it comes to assessing behavior with regards to civic engagement, we see that women that had nothing, had no information about the women who suffered from domestic violence had the best position with regards to civic engagement. However, when it comes to assessing behavior with regards to civic engagement, apparently those women that have not suffered from domestic violence but know somebody who has suffered from it, they are more active when it comes to civic engagement. They tend to engage more in public debates on key matters, in volunteering. What is interesting to note is that women who have no experience with domestic violence, that tend to take part in the activities of NGOs on a lesser extent. If we take specific differences into account, those who have suffered domestic violence, well, in general, there are no differences in the positions between those that have suffered violence and those that have not, that know nobody that has suffered violence. The greater differences are observed between those that have no experience with domestic violence and those that have suffered or know someone that have suffered domestic violence. More or less, all women have similar positions and are more or less engaged in addressing those activities to a similar degree. As for the behavior in terms of civic engagement, we don't see major differences. However, we could single out engagement in civic initiatives. The major differences in this category can be observed among those that have suffered domestic violence. Well, maybe that's not a major difference, but we do observe some sort of difference. And in further analysis, we look into those differences in greater depth. Those women who have not suffered domestic violence nor know anybody that has suffered it, their civic positions are expressed to a greater extent. However, those that have suffered domestic violence or know someone that has suffered it, their behaviors related to civic engagement are more expressed. So we can conclude that even though positions on civic engagement might differ to a certain degree, The most active women are those that know somebody that has suffered from domestic violence, but have not suffered domestic violence themselves. And it's quite logical, since those women that have suffered domestic violence, they don't have as many opportunities as they would like to have in order to get involved in civil activities. Their life is quite restricted. However, those who know somebody suffering from this issue, who are empathic, they know that they are able to assist such people suffering from this issue, and who are trying to do something to help those leave that kind of environment, and those that are trying to engage in debates on the issue. And my final point regarding the connection between civic engagement and the experience of violence, we see that there is such a correlation between the two. As for the positions on this issue, we see that the more women face abuse online, the better stance on civic engagement they have. And the examples of abuse online show that women that exposed to this kind of violence were mainly exposed to the images of naked women, or the images that were published without consent. And apparently, these are the kinds of images that are hardly prevented online, and ones that encourage women to focus on the issue and avoid escalation. As for the behaviors related to civic engagement, we see that it can be more anticipated, and this could be said basically on the different forms of abuse. So when it comes to our conclusions of the research, we see that every second woman in Lithuania has suffered at least one form of male-based violence. Over 30% of them suffered from psychological and economic violence, and women's civic engagement positions definitely differ based on their experience, whether or not they have suffered domestic violence or not, or know somebody that has suffered from it or not. And women exhibit greater civic engagement, those that have not suffered domestic violence but know somebody that has experienced it. According to the research conducted to deliver the 2024 Civic Engagement Index in Lithuania, the more networked a person is, the greater the person's determination to contribute to the solution of a problem is. So I would encourage anyone who has not engaged themselves in any kinds of activities to contribute to the activities of our women's Vilnius Women's House. Thank you for your attention.
And so, now I will invite the next presenter, Agnė Grideskaitė, from the Institutional Violence Prevention and Identification Center. And the topic of her presentation is From Help to Danger, How Institutions Become Tools of Violence Against Women. Solutions for Preventing Institutional Violence and Necessary Changes in Legislation.
Tai laba diena, gerbiami.
So welcome, dear participants of the conference, experts and colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about a phenomenon which is not new in Lithuania, but we are now starting to recognize it. It is institutional violence. The aim of Institutional Center for the Prevention and Education of Violence is to strengthen public understanding of the phenomenon of institutional violence and its consequences, to bring together experts from different institutions and organizations for cooperation, and to develop preventive measures to enable the system to operate safely and correctly, rather than becoming another risk factor for the people affected. ISPIC aims to create a collaborative platform that would allow timely identification of systemic problems and prevent the spread of institutional violence in Lithuania. Thus, the experts of our competence center, when examining the cases of clients, identified the form of institutional violence as the position of structural forces of the government against the recipient of the service. This form of violence originates not from the private individual, but from the effects, stereotypes, and procedural inconsistencies in the state system. This is a phenomenon in which the aid system becomes an additional risk factor for women and children rather than a guarantee of safety. Institutional violence is not as obvious as physical or sexual violence, but its impact is equally threatening. This is a situation where the actions, omissions, procedural errors, or lack of competence of the institutions lead to real negative consequences for the woman and the child. When a support system does not help a person, but rather it becomes a continuation of the chain of violence. Women are more likely to experience various forms of violence than men, and this is confirmed by official statistics, which cannot be denied. And therefore, women are more likely to experience institutional violence, especially those who raise children in a separation from the biological father of the child. Institutional violence is particularly pronounced in the relationship between women and child protection professionals and case managers, where the most legal and personal mismatches are identified. As a competence center, ISPIC carried out more than 100 in-depth assessments of legal situations between 2023 and 2025. The results of the research are unambiguous. Institutional violence is not an isolated case, but a systemic problem. In one individual case, we identify an average of 11 legal and procedural inconsistencies. The most often, it is the woman who is the victim. This is also confirmed by the comments of the CEDAW Committee to Lithuania on the lack of constitutional competence and the influence of gender stereotypes on decisions. This year, ISPIC provided training at national level for case managers and social workers, one of the links in the child rights protection system. The material analyzed during the training, recommendations, and existing legislation revealed that the groups of specialists are most often faced with a lack of methodological guidance, rooted stereotypes, excessive workload, and insufficient standardization of processes. It turned out that the most of the practical gaps do not stem from individual staff errors, but from the peculiarities of the organization of the system, inefficient algorithms, shortcomings in the transmission of information between departments, and inappropriate allocation of resources. However, we see very clearly the discrepancy. Mistakes by case managers and social workers are most often related to weaknesses in the methodology or system. As an example, the case managers indicate that employees of the Child Rights Protection Service use the principles of power, ordering that the service would be extended to the family under the supervision of the case manager, although the case manager, who has close contact with the family, indicates that the family is capable of solving the challenges, if any, in her family. Meanwhile, when ISPIC experts evaluate documents submitted by clients and represent clients in case management assistance plan review meetings, serious legal inconsistencies are most often indicated in the activities of the employees of the Child Rights Protection Service departments. These discrepancies are not isolated but recurring. Exceedance of competence, misinterpretation of legal norms, non-objecting filing of the child situation assessment form, ignoring the children's opinion, biased response to the complaints of one of the parents, failure to submit documents to the court, failure to act when required by law. And this all demonstrates a systemic, deep-rooted crisis of legal compliance at the very heart of the protection of the rights of the child. So where is the institutional violence the most pronounced? Well, first, overstepping the limits of legal competence. The staff of Child Rights Protection Service often arbitrarily detect violations of communications procedures, although this is exclusively the competence of the bailiff. In this way, the procedure established by the court is actually rewritten by operational decisions. Second, template assessment of the situation of the child. A child's situation is judged by an algorithm, not by an individual need. Such an assessment is not consistent either with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child or with a national law, let alone with the will of the legislature. Third, dynamics of false complaints. Repeated and unfounded complaints against the Child Rights Protection Service and this allows the system to turn into a revenge tool. The fourth issue is imitation of the assessment of child's opinion. The child's opinion is formally recorded, but is not really taken into account. And frequently, it leads to repeated and unfounded complaints, or rather to repeated questioning of the child, and the survey is conducted by a specialist who does not have any psychological education. And the incompetence and misinterpretation of the specialists lead to real legal consequences for the child and the family. The fifth issue is disrespectful and commanded tone in communication with mothers. This manifests in threats to assess as non-cooperating, attempts to unlawfully use coercive services, pressure to come here and now, moralizing comments that are not in line with integrity. The next issue is failure to act when required to act. A clear risk to the child is indicated, but the parent's misreaction is minimal or delayed. This creates not only a procedural error, but a real risk to the safety of the child. According to the ISPIC data, women are more likely than men to raise children alone. Women are more likely to experience domestic violence. The women are subjected to higher emotional or moral standards. Women, in the eyes of the institutions, are also often treated as more responsible for children, more controlled, one who has to make every effort. When an institution acts in a biased or unprofessional manner, it is the woman who suffers the most. And when a woman tries to defend herself, her complaints are rejected as emotional, conflictual, subjective. This is not just a social phenomenon. It is a mechanism of gender discrimination that overlaps with human rights violations. This year, ISPIC provided training to case managers and social workers at national level. However, it is necessary to emphasize legal inconsistencies are usually indicated not in the actions of case managers and social workers, but in the actions of the employees of the Children's Rights Protection Department. This reveals not only the problem of competence, but also the problem of the institutional approach. In order to give a clear picture of what this looks like in practice, we present one of the cases examined by the ISPIC. So what it all started with. The family came to the CRPD attention after neighbors complained about noise in the department building. The family raises 4 children, the parents share responsibilities, there are no signs of violence, addiction, or neglect. No educational or health institution has ever given indications of risk to children. However, the intervention was intense, with case management, with social care measures once a week, and the enforcement system activated. The ISPIC carried out a legal assessment exclusively in relation to institutional violence. and the following flawed trends were identified. First, exceedance of competence. CRPD, Case Management, and the Municipal Child Welfare Commission demanded compulsory preschool attendance for a 2-year-old girl up to 10 hours per day, paternity courses, weekly social worker visits, although no real risks were identified in the family. The ISPIC legal assessment showed that the following requirements objected to Article 2 the Constitution, object to the law on education, which does not provide for compulsory education for children aged 2 years, the law or the fundamentals of the protection of the rights of the child, exceeded the powers of the mayor of the municipality, violated the principles of proportionality and subsidiarity, and thus violated the best interest of the child. This is a classic example of institutional pressure, not aid. Another issue was distortion of facts and manipulative assessment. The documents identified cases where children's clothing, age, and height were assessed in a manifestly erroneous way. For example, a 165 centimeter tall adolescent was assigned to the clothes of minors. Insufficient socialization was found without any pedagogical basis, and it was ignored that the 2 older daughters had never had any educational or social problems. This is an illegal stigmatization of the family. The psychological pressure. The family was constantly feeling the risk of unjustified deprivation of children, the unpredictability of the institutions, the obligation to prove that they are suitable parents, regardless of any real cause. This is consistent with the signs of institutional violence, control, creation of fear, constant atmosphere of threat. ISPIC managed to defend the family, which CRPD, the case management, and even the mayor of the municipality illegally tried to impose compulsory preschool education on their 2-year-old daughter, obliging her to attend kindergarten for 10 hours a day. Our expert legal assessment showed that such a requirement is contrary to the Constitution, which gives parents their primary right to decide on the education of the child. It opposes the Education Act, which does not provide for compulsory preschool education for children of this age. It exceeds the limits of the municipality's competence, does not comply with the principles of proportionality and best interests of the child. The legal assistance provided by ISPIC and the legal proceedings initiated led to a fundamental result. The regional administrative court suspended the mayor's decree until the merits of the case were decided. The court fully concurred with the ISPIC arguments and found that the enforcement of the order is liable to cause significant and irreparable harm to the child. Forced attendance at a kindergarten is an irreversible process. Even if the decision is annulled in the future, it is impossible to restore the situation before it. And finally, there is no factual basis in the case for the urgent application of compulsory education. This is one of the first cases in Lithuania where the court applied the interim measures against the preschool education obligation. This precedent clearly shows that institutions must act strictly in accordance with the law and within the limits of their competence. And the rights of parents to decide on the education of children cannot be ignored. Preschool education cannot be used as means of control or pressure on the family. It should be noted that the institutions see the family not as a partner, but as an object of control. Social services for the family are not a help, but an obligation. Gaps in legal regulation lead to an abuse of institutional power. This is a textbook example of institutional violence. This case is just one of many, but it shows very clearly that the aid system may turn into a pressure mechanism, that procedural irregularities may cause irreversible damage, and that families, especially women, are exposed to the unpredictability and psychological impact of institutional actions, that CRPD and municipal actions sometimes exceed the will of the legislator, and finally, It is clear that the national legal framework and transposed international commitments on the women's rights and the prevention of violence are not enough. The laws exist, but their implementation mechanisms often do not work as intended, and worse still, are often more harmful than beneficial. Therefore, it is necessary to systematically review the actual implementation of these rights by involving NGOs with expertise in the process. There is a need to change the practices and procedural models which today clearly do not respond to the will of the legislator or to the fundamental principles of human rights, let alone to the best interest of the child. At present, women who have been victims of violence are still too often faced with a situation where they have to face secondary accusations instead of receiving help, underestimation of their violent experiences, and provide irrefutable evidence in the interest of justice. Due to the non-functioning algorithms in the implementation of protection laws, the whole burden of proof is shifted to the victim, which in many cases become not only difficult but impossible. Therefore, when it comes to the prevention of institutional violence, we need to make clear a statement of principle. The state aid system must not be a tool of control or power, but a functioning safety net that guarantees the dignity of women's human rights in a state governed by the rule of law. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū labai. Ir dabar kviečiu.
Thank you very much. And let us now give the floor to Professor Dr. Elizabeth Gilchrist from the University of Edinburgh, who is going to deliver her presentation on misogyny prevention and criminal law, Scotland's experience in combating violence against women.
Thank you. And I'm just going to pick up on one point just as a start. I'm going to talk a little bit about how Scotland, the country I come from, has sought to address misogyny using the law and using partnerships across government and NGOs. But just to pick up on the point my colleague was saying is one of the things that I was proud to see in Scotland is we moved to a notion of child protection that was working with the non-abusing parent to hold the abusing parent accountable, and it was a massive shift. This I'll come back to in terms of the equally safe strategy in Scotland. But what I want to say to start out with is we're quite similar in terms of being relatively north countries, relatively small populations, and actually when we look at the figures, we're quite similar in terms of reported rates of intimate partner abuse, sexual violence, etc. Scotland hasn't got it fixed, but we've taken steps together over the past maybe 5 to 10 years to seek to make changes, and I'm hoping to show you a way of taking what we might talk about and operationalising that so that we can actually see steps that we can see and measurable outcomes towards an outcome that we are all aiming for, which is about women and children being equally safe. So we have a flourishing nation where the 50% of the population who might be excluded are then included in the sort of prosperity going forward. What I was looking at was Scotland enacted one of the first laws around coercive control. England, in fact, was earlier. So seeking to criminalise behaviour which previously we did not criminalise. So we had a code in Scotland where we had to prove physical assault, we had to prove harm, we had to prove distress, we had to prove impact. We had to demonstrate a lot of outcomes for things to move forward. And actually, both Scotland, England, and indeed Northern Ireland moved away from that to try and criminalise some of the behaviours that Susanna was talking about around emotional violence, around economic violences, about psychological violence. But putting that in context, because this started in 2018, was we've generally had high awareness and reporting across Europe, and Lithuania is doing relatively well in that. We do have a notion that we're recognising broader types of abuse, and in some countries we have been able to criminalise those abuses. Canada is looking at bringing in coercive control legislation. And we'll talk about this more. There's an effort to really improve how we recognise and help people report sexual violence, so that we don't have that gag in terms of how am I going to be reported? Will I be held accountable for exposing my children to repeated domestic abuse, which I have seen in a court report previously. And the New York Child Protection at one point was held accountable for holding women accountable for repeatedly exposing their children to domestic abuse. Now, I would like to ask you whether we feel that they had the ability not to, and whether we were really doing things the wrong way around. We have got some strategies now to target femicide, but it's interesting in terms of definitions of femicide. And actually, we are trying across Europe to strengthen the law, as Liliana was saying earlier, in terms of implementing the strategies in the Istanbul Convention. So hopefully I can give you some just a little picture of what has been happening in Scotland and where we still need to go, and maybe think about this idea of a logic model to actually really operationalise the vision that we might have. So as I said, in terms of the assaults on women, Lithuania sits quite far down actually, towards the end over here, in terms of the numbers being reported. Scotland has higher reporting in terms of sexual harassment, and the WHO were suggesting the only figures I could see actually brew together intimate partner abuse and sexual violence by a non-intimate partner, and they had that 30% of women were experiencing, or had experienced, assault by an intimate or non-intimate partner. So we are talking a third at the least in terms of violences against women. In terms of intimate partner abuse in 2021, because I'm trying to come forward to kind of go from 2018 to 2021, 15% of women overall are reporting intimate partner abuse. And the numbers, the colour bars, are in terms of once a week, less often, but once a month, less often and not known. So you can see again, Lithuania is about halfway down. Obviously, the UK is no longer in Europe, so we can't compare ourselves on that. However, the lifetime prevalence in Scotland is around the 21%, so we're quite similar in terms of our reported information. I think the difference potentially is the steps that have been taken as a collective to try and seek to address some of the issues. And I'm only talking for Scotland at the moment. The UK has got strategies in place as well in terms of addressing sort of gender-based violence, but Scotland has come out slightly more strongly in terms of making the definition that the Scottish Government works through a gender definition. Scotland is one of the nations that has adopted a violence against women strategy and made it part of the mainstream. It's not an add-on, it's one of the mainstream policies. We have a gender equalities kind of unit in the Scottish Government. It's introduced legislation to address coercive control. There's no violence necessary, there's no impact that needs to be proved. We just need to know that this is behaviour. It has to happen in two instances that would control a partner and leave them living in fear, but you don't need to show that it had that impact. We're now looking at undertaking a consultation on using the law or creating a new law in Scotland, anti-misogyny. We have hate crimes legislation, and gender and sex are included within characteristics that are protected, but there's quite a push in Scotland to say this is not enough. There's also a push in Scotland to introduce honour-based violence legislation, because it's seen that the coercive control legislation, the harassment laws, etc., aren't enough to manage honour-based violence. So a particular proportion of our community are affected disproportionately by honour-based violence. And that's violence by maybe women against women, but maintaining patriarchal control is not fully addressed by the coercive control legislation. and we continue to focus in Scotland on intimate partner abuse as a gendered issue. So the first tenet of this is that the Scottish Government, around 2018, really stepped up and created an equally safe strategy. The goal was to prevent and eradicate violence against women and girls, to create a society where women and girls are safe, respected and equal participants. And similar to what Liliana was talking about, it emphasises prevention, early intervention and effective responses. So prevention itself wasn't enough. It's responding and changing things. There was a goal, which was relatively grandiose, to shift societal attitudes, strengthen legal frameworks and enhance support services. So I think the key for me is that it's not like working with victims or survivors, and it's not working only with perpetrators, all of it together, but also within a change in terms of attitudes, in terms of education, and in terms of working together. The key thing here was seen to be a collaboration to change norms and behaviours that underpinned the gender-based violence. Now, this is a really detailed document, but the reason I'm putting it up here is one of the things that we have enacted in Scotland is the use of a logic model. Now, the logic model is something that we are asked to do if we want to propose any intervention or change in Scotland. And the idea of a logic model is that we state with a great deal of clarity, if you look towards this end, the outcome that we're looking at. So Scotland, we're saying we want a society with equal participation for women and girls. So we then look behind to say what needs to change for that to be enacted, for that to be possible. And starting at the other side, we say, right, we want to change societal attitudes, we want to enact laws, and we want to have preventative education. So what do we need to bring to that, and who needs to be at the table? So what is the input that we need? And what is the mechanism by which things will change? So we specify that. We then specify to say, what will you see short term in terms of change? What will we see medium term? What will we see long term? And all of those are specified and measurable. So I think the key thing for me is seeing this, and hopefully you will get a copy of the slides and you can see what was set out was there was this huge plan, a lot of big talk that we want to change society. It's like, okay, specify what elements, specify how, specify in what time frame, specify what we will see, how are we going to do this, who is going to do it, and then, partnership. So one of the key things I suppose I haven't put on my slides is the equally safe strategy, and the violence against women strategy funds out of 119 organisations and initiatives that are funded, 100 of them are NGOs, 100 of them. So they are very much part of this solution, but they have to be able to produce a nice logic model saying this is what I'm going to do to make the changes, this is why I should be funded, and here's how I will contribute within this overall framework. So there's a clarity and there's an accountability that I think is really helpful, because we can measure whether things are changing, we can see whether the logic model needs to change. It's just a nice, clear way of doing things. So basically, from that big document, what it was saying is that Scotland aimed to have preventative education. So there are some clear messages in schools about what is acceptable and unacceptable in relationships, how to identify abusive relationships, how to make men and boys part of the solution, so what is okay for them. So this isn't just about women picking up on addressing women's issues. This is it, we're trying to address the bystander issues. And we're making it part of a man. So there's some campaigns, which I'll show you later, about not being that man. So it's not just women who are involved. Early interventions. So we have off-site reporting for police, and that is we have police going to places that women can report, so they don't have to go to the police station. So they were going to be in local sort of community centres. They were in university campuses, which sadly were having a lot of violence against women. But we put local community police where women were and allowed off-site reporting. Legal reforms in terms of the coercive control legislation, and we're moving to have this misogyny legislation to enhance hate crimes, and we're setting up a sexual violences court where all the judges will be trauma trained. and all the defence solicitors will have to be trauma trained. And there's quite some controversy about what that means and who will have rights of audience in the courts. But I think it's really important to recognise that we are recognising that the court experience can re-traumatise people and perhaps almost be worse than the experience themselves, and that we have a duty to victims and survivors for that not to happen. Improving accessibility and quality of support for survivors is important, and one slightly controversial thing coming forward in Scotland is the potential for having mediation in sexual abuse cases. Now, this has been driven by victim survivors and a request for them not to be excluded from a potential mediation, so that they could, if they choose, ask to be involved, and so long as the perpetrator is able to do this, then actually directly confront their perpetrator and have a conversation. Now, that is quite a controversial proposal. There's been a pilot in Scotland, and I don't know whether it will be rolled out. But that improving accessibility, but also accountability, I think is important. And probably the most important element is that this is not a government-driven initiative. It's not the lawyers on their own trying to do things. It's not the policymakers. It is all of the various different elements being pulled together. Now, there are controversies over funding. People don't necessarily agree. I, as a psychologist, have been lucky enough to sit on the Criminal Law Committee of the Law Society of Scotland, and I can almost guarantee that every discussion that we have, the lawyers come at it from one way, and I kind of go, oh, hang on, but as a psychologist, I think something different. And I think that's really healthy. So in Scotland, we have a range of different things going on. You'll see that the Crown Office, so we have an independent prosecution service, and the police, they do not actually define domestic abuse as gendered, but the Scottish Government does. We have a range of different ways of measuring domestic abuse statistics, and I'm highlighting this because a bit later on I'm going to talk about the fact that there's differences between what is reported, what's recorded, what's prosecuted, and the outcomes. And one of the drivers for our sexual offences court is the fact that we had lots of reporting, which is a positive. People are keen and able to report, being recorded as well, which is good, being taken forward for prosecution, which is excellent, but actually convicted really low rates. So the attrition rate across those prosecutions are high. So that's something I'd like to talk about because we haven't got that right yet, but there's steps towards addressing it. However, the first bit that I'd like to talk about was the introduction of the Coercive and Controlling Behaviour Domestic Abuse Scotland Act 2018. Now, this is information direct from the Scottish Police. The key things with the Domestic Abuse Scotland Act is we were trying to get away from behaviours or being unable to prosecute behaviours where there was no direct physical violence, there was no explicit threat. It was very, very difficult to highlight what it was that was wrong about this behaviour, but it was worse than harassment, it had a gendered element, and it left the victim being unable to act. And I think picking up on what Liliana said this morning, it's a crime of freedom, it's a liberty crime. So this is what we were trying to do with the coercive control. What we wanted was to have a set of offences whereby there was a course of behaviour, but it's only two elements, and the behaviour, a reasonable person would say that it would have an issue and it would restrict the individual's liberty. So I'm going to whiz through this because I haven't got a huge amount of time, but you'll be able to read this. Key statistics that we had 2022, we had 2018, we had 5% of those acts actually being the convictions for intimate partner abuse in Scotland were coercive control on their own. So there was no physical violence. So we are now being able to protect men and women from coercive control. However, 81% of those incidents involved a male perpetrator and a female victim. There are issues around child aggravation, there's issues about what you need to prove, course of conduct. Some of the challenges that were interesting were that we thought we were going to have counter-allegations, we thought people would disengage, and that there would be a difficulty capturing that. If we move forward to 2023-24, we've actually got 94% male-female intimate partner abuse under the Domestic Abuse Scotland Act, and we're prosecuting, it's now 6%, so there's more actually being captured as non-physical abuse. This is the police campaign that we had in Scotland in October 2021. What I'm trying to capture is the fact it's not one thing, it's a range of things that were going on. And this is basically just saying that don't be that guy. It's calling on men to hold their peers accountable as well if they are being abusive, if they're making those comments. And it was a police-driven intervention. We've also slightly more recently had a government consultation around misogyny and whether we needed to have a specific act against misogyny. The outcome is yes, we do. It's being refined and it will come forward as a proposal, as a proposed bill. But the point here was that the hate legislation and having gender within it wasn't seen as strong enough because it didn't reflect the power differentials, and that actually we need to protect women and girls from misogyny. The Sexual Offences Court, you'd think that with the lawyers and the government being quite positive about sort of active gender-based responses against violence against women, this wouldn't be needed. However, that attrition rate in terms of conviction of rape cases is so high that it's been seen as necessary to have people who are specialists to understand what they are prosecuting, to understand the context of coercive control, and also for them to be trauma trained. And I can't emphasise this enough, as we are going to be going forward in terms of taking people to court, encouraging them to stay within the court system. We need to protect the people who might be re-traumatised by giving those accounts in court. We've got guidance in terms of doing the sentencing guidance. But just to finish off, we come back to actually Lithuania sits just to the right-hand side of the average, and the UK sits just to the left-hand side. We're really quite similar in terms of the reports of intimate partner abuse. Over the years, in terms of the reporting, in Lithuania, 2025, 25% of women are reporting a lifetime prevalence of intimate partner abuse, 27% in Scotland. The one thing I think that you can see a difference in is that in Scotland we have fewer femicides, and Lithuania, we actually probably have twice the population that you have, and you have twice the number of femicides. In terms of impact, we've still got a gender gap. There's a lot changed though in terms of safety, and I think overall, when you have a look at this, what we have seen in Scotland is that whilst the reporting is still quite high, and we hope it would be high because we want people to report, we are getting reports in terms of fear of crime and safety that women feel safer, that more women are engaging with the court process. I think there's slightly more trust in the criminal justice system, and that we're working together in terms of implementing the Equally Safe strategy. I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much for listening.
Taip, ir dabar kviečiame.
So now, I would like to invite Ricarda Goss-Preisner from the City of Vienna Department for Women's Affairs, FemCities Network Coordinator, and she will read a presentation called Women's Organizations as Strategic Partner of the State and City in Combating All Forms of Violence, Vienna's Experience.
Okay, women can everything, so the tech Susanna is doing this. I have the honor of being the last speaker, which I try not to do. So I'll do an intervention that you can listen to me. So who thinks, and then you have to stand up, except if you have any disabilities or are old. Who thinks human rights are important? You have to stand up. Yes, a hand raise is fine, yeah. Not for the young people, Okay, sit down if you think women's rights are different to human rights. It's a trick question, you know. Okay, and now you can sit down if you're working towards equality and learn something today. Okay, just a bit of an engagement. Okay. Because you're not a tech person, you work in academia. Susanne is like, I don't know how this works. It's like, yes, we cannot do it all, you know, and we don't have to.
Can I ask for...
Yeah, the tech person.
Taip, gal galima paprašyti iš techninės pagalbos.
So could we ask for the technical aid to turn on the slides? Thank you.
So, thank you for inviting me. We've known each other from different connexes and contexts within working towards gender equality, and I love this sharing of experience and international practices because I think I'll make my work better, and I hope each of you will take what you learned today in your work. So I work in the municipality. We heard today there should be more of a collaboration between ministries, municipalities, NGOs, and I think we forgot academia, because we have a lot of academics today, and I think working for the city, for the ministry, we need the data and the knowledge from the academia, and vice versa, the NGOs that work with the academia, they put it back to us. So I think it's really important to have this constant conversations about any topic, because we all have our biases and blind spots. So I'll talk a bit what we do in Vienna in terms of how we support the NGOs that work with women and for women. But I'll give you a bit of numbers, because today I heard a couple of times, you know, societies are equal in numbers. I checked Lithuania, you have 54% women. So you actually are a majority, treated like in a minority. In Austria, we only have 51% because of our old-aged women, which is amazing. You know, we take better health care. Of course, something we should work with men. So women get older. And I mention this a lot because our cities will get very old. If we talk about women 85, or people older than 85 years, people, it's mostly women. And this is something we really have to take care into our services. Because in the next 10 years, you will see a shift. You will, you know, in all our big cities. So we used to have a lot of money. It runs out now. No, we have to save money. But, and also to show you, the city of Vienna employs 100,000 people, and about 60% are women, because we employ the teachers and kindergartens. So it's not the high-ranking positions. We used to have 20 billion euro. That will be smaller next year. And the fight now for all of us is, where do you save money? And hopefully not with women, children, the elderly, and disabled people. Because this is the first, or poor people, this is the first where all of our governments will want to save money. And this is why I mentioned this now. You could also save money top down. So I'm in my departmental work. My boss is the Deputy Mayor and Executive City Councillor for Women's Issues, Katrin Gahl. And she always says, women who experience violence need very fast, very unbureaucratic help. And this is why we're constantly trying to improve our services as well. I know it's very difficult to translate laws, so I'm just telling you two of the newest laws. And yeah, we signed the Istanbul Convention in 2011 because it was mentioned a lot today. So cyber mobbing we have as a punishable offense in 2016, but cyber mobbing is a lot which is done by stalkers as well to ex-partners. So this was actually a law that benefited women a lot, so they could, you know, have their cyber stalker also, or women politicians that get cyberbullied a lot. So that was very helpful. And recently, it was just announced a couple of months back, you are not allowed to send unsolicited pornographic images. And our ministry calls it dick pic paragraph, so I can even use it here. So you see some laws that, of course, nobody's allowed to send material, but as we know, prevalence is male genitalia, so in the end, it has a beneficial impact on women, these laws. Yeah, it's fun as well. So my department was created in 1991, and we have same strategic objectives like Scotland, or like all of our countries. We want to empower women and girls. We want to combat gender-specific violence, stereotypes. We want to create equal opportunities in private and public lives. We heard from Susanna, also if your private life suffers, you cannot be civically engaged at the same time when you have everything right. Of course, equal pay. Equal pay, Austria is really bad with equal pay because we have a very, very high quota of women working part-time to take care of children and parents. Might be similar here. So if we, this is always a difficult thing to talk about. And very importantly, and we see that a lot, we really, really need secure funding for women-oriented projects and organizations. Secure funding, not like bits and pieces of funding, because that creates bureaucracy again. And today, I think what I really want to mention, we heard violence has many forms, but also women have many forms, not only in their shapes, but also women are not in homogeneous groups, If you have a disability, if you work in or live in a digital world, if you suffer from FGM, if you're an elderly woman, if you have no home, your life looks different. If you're young and rich, you will have a definite and white and heterosexual, you will have a different life to somebody who is in different criteria. So this is why we in our work really try every year, are we forgetting something? Do we ask the communities what they want from us as cities? We focused on women with disabilities a lot. We focused on women without homes. We focused on elderly women because we all have blind spots and we cannot know everything. That's why we need to talk to people, to talk to NGOs, to talk to the academia. This is boring. I'll tell you, we have a service center for women because we found that legal counseling after divorce is very expensive. So women would often go into court without any legal counseling. So it's very important that the first legal and social counseling must be free, must be accessible. So we created the service center for women. And even that gave women a lot, If you have no idea about law, and you learn about your rights, learning about your rights is key. Like the Istanbul Convention always recommends, any service that helps women in need fleeing from violence should be open 24 hours. Since 1996, we have our women's emergency helpline in Vienna. We have a second one on the Austrian federal level. But in Vienna, my colleagues, they will accompany a woman in need or a girl from 14 on to the police, to the hospital, and to court, so that no woman has to go through that alone. In 2023, I'll get the numbers now from last year, we have 14,000 council contacts in different languages as well, in sign language and different needed support. One of our biggest financial posts is the women's shelters. In Vienna, the women's shelters are run by an NGO that is purely run by women. There's no men except for the securities that work there. And I recently realized that when I talk about this and I talk about our NGOs, and I also talk about my work, people ask me, is it only women you work with? And I'm like, yeah, I work with 40 women. And all our NGOs are run by women, have only women colleagues. Because of course, if you offer services, especially in need, and when women are scared, you will want to work with women. So the first women's shelters was already founded in 1978. And now we have 5 shelters. The newest one opened in 2022. And it was based on a questionnaire, on a study we did in Vienna. We asked women what they want from the city, what they need, what they think is missing. And a lot of young women responded that they felt they had no space to flee from violence because they didn't want to go to a women's shelter because there would be children, there would be women, you know, in their 50s, and they were like, you know, I still want to engage with young people. So what we did out of this, we created a 5th shelter for women, and now we have 228 spots for women and children, 55 transition housing units, and we have a great collaboration with the subsidized housing, because we all face these problems. You cannot put people on the streets, but you also, you know, women's shelters are not there for you forever. And they do campaigns as well. And apparently, Yolanda and I, you know, both of us want to give you some euros, some you know, idea how much, you know, the cities and the ministries also spend. 5 women's shelters cost 9 million euro a year. So violence costs money, and if we eradicate, or, you know, if we go back on violence, we also save money. Maybe men can understand this language, you know, because I use a lot of money talk when I talk to a lot of men, you know. And our 29 women NGOs cost about 2 million euro. So you see the, you know, the difference. So, and they have 1 to 3 years funding. They need to yearly apply. They have very high quality control, because we heard institutional violence is dangerous, you know. So they get audited a lot. They have quality control every year. They get when you just visit them without announcing, you know. So they also have you know, secret that, you know, I could try to get a service, you know, and then I you know, we do a review how well you were treated. But the 5 women's shelters, they have continuous funding, and this is based on a Viennese law. So the other federal countries in Austria, they don't have that luxury, and they're always struggling. Because of course, if you constantly focus on finding the money, how can you focus on your work helping women? So that's why long-term safe funding is really important. Thank you. And we do something similar to Glasgow now. We have to Scotland had a campaign now, only yes means yes. Because, you know, intimate partner violence, and also in Austria, almost all femicides are done by partners, ex-partners, and fathers. So we really need to call it what it is. You know, it's not the stranger that, you know, lurks in the bushes. There might be some percentage in there, of course, but, you know, the scariest place is your own home, which is very sad still, but it's something we have to address. So I told you we fund 29 NGOs. Of course, I'm not gonna tell you all about those 29 NGOs, but we fund Tamar for sexually abused children. That's the only NGO where we accept boys as well. Samara, who's doing preventing violence workshops, because we heard today prevention is key for boys and girls, you know. Then we have the Mädchenberatung, which is for girls until 14 who suffer from mostly sexualized violence. And we have Orient Expressed, who is working on forced and child marriage. And people ask me, you live in Austria, you have forced and child marriage? And it's like, yes, of course. Because if you are a bigger city with lots of people, you know, you have different issues that you might not have 30 years ago. And when, you know, families go back to their home countries and take their young girls with them, and they come back either married or suffering from FGM, of course, we need a specific NGO that works community-based. I cannot do this. I cannot go to the Somali community and tell them what to do. That's why it's so important to have these NGOs that work with the right communities, that employ the right people, that have the knowledge, the expertise. You know, we cannot all have the expertise in everything. And WAVE, it's Violence Against Women Network, you probably know it. So just to mention, these are a couple of NGOs working on violence, but we are in close contact with them because sometimes they tell me something that I could put in another gremia or something that it didn't, wasn't even in my mind. For example, we also work with sex workers who want to leave their work, so it's like empowering, but also safety empowering. And then also you get to know something as the city employee and you put it back. And I work in the research department, so what we do a lot is, of course, studies. That's what I mentioned. I need the academia, I need the data. Without data, you cannot prove to politicians where is the gap, where is the difference, where should the money go, If you have really good data, and Sally and I discussed this in the morning, it's always good to work with existing data and not collect the data yourself. Sometimes, because, people will always say, oh, you cheated your data, and I'm like, yeah, but, the police won't cheat their data and all these other data providers. So, and then I just mentioned this because we also recently discussed this a lot. This is not really funded by my department, but I think working towards gender equality and against violence, of course, we cannot not talk about boys and men. Because recently I hear a lot, but it's not all men. Yes, of course, it's not all men, but it's always men. So this is what you need to talk about. You need to talk about boys. You need to talk about men. You need to talk about different communities. And of course, we need NGOs also. And the men can work in these NGOs that offer the great service that we might together at one point hopefully reach gender equality and eradicate violence for all of us. So thank you.
Ačiū labai panelio pranešėjom.
This concludes our part of presentations in this panel discussion. I know that Ms. Sakalauske has to leave a bit earlier, so if you can, would you be able to join us in this upcoming panel discussion? The audience will be given a chance to take part in the debate from the place where they are sitting, and I will also have some questions of my own, so please get involved in the debate. Just raise your hand. Yes, I see you, and then going next to you. Yes, please. Yes, thank you. Let me first of all express my gratitude to Agne for her presentation, and I have a question to you. How much the Institutional Violence Prevention and Identification Center is cooperating with the State Child Rights Protection and Adoption Service? Are you aware of the data provided on the cases related to this partnership? Because I often tend to encounter such a narrative where individualized approach to a child is necessary, but whenever we have to implement this in practice, certain algorithms are invoked where this is being negated. My next question goes to our foreign guests from Scotland and from Austria. Is institutional violence against women who suffered from domestic violence, women who are raising children, prevalent or visible in your countries? These are women who perhaps prevent their children from communicating with their abusive father. So that would be my question on those cases in your country. Thank you very much. That's a very to-the-point question. One of the missions of our center is to gather around one table the stakeholders, our partners, and to learn how those victims feel when they encounter institutional violence. Our center has collected information and statistics from those that are on the receiving end of those service providers, assistance service providers. And so we organized a free of charge pro bono discussion and training with social workers and specialists working in the field. And we have to note that when it comes to cooperation with the State Child Rights and Protection and Adoption Service, they are indicated of the existing issues. They are invited to those roundtable discussions, but they tend to avoid admitting the issues that exist in the child rights protection system in Lithuania. Our next meeting with them will be on the 10th of December. And as a patient NGO, on behalf of Vilnius Women's House, we will be delivering the same message to them regarding legal amendments.
A question for prelegents from UK and Austria. I could add, okay, I will switch back to Lithuanian, if I may.
To add to what Eglė Grodienė has said in her question, I have to say that as far as I know, in October, the UK government dropped the premise that it is important to ensure engagement of both parents in divorce cases in order to protect the children from abusive parents. Those that were abusive, not necessarily against their children, but also against their partner. So my question is also why this decision was so important to ensure protection of not only children, but also women. I hope it was clear to you.
I'm not sure whether this is going to come out through the right channel. This has now been translated. Okay. The answer, I suppose, is yes, there has been discrimination against women who have been bringing up children in Scotland, but it's been explicitly addressed, so it hasn't been eradicated, but there are laws, and there's been a drive to try and increase women in public sectors and public appointments. There's been a drive to address inequalities in pay. And, for example, in Edinburgh, there's an explicit strategy in child protection which uses the safe and together approach, where it's explicitly that we hold the men, who are often not present, accountable for the fact that they were the abuser, and that we would look to partner with the non-abusing parent to support them to manage his violence. So we don't expect her to manage it, and we don't exclude her because she hasn't managed it. We actually say that this is abuse, it's a public issue. It's contrary to our criminal code, and it's not a victim-based prosecution or decision. It's a public decision. So it's sort of shifting that narrative. So we haven't fixed it, but we're still continuing to fix it. I sit on the cross-party parliamentary group in Scotland on violence against women and girls, and one of the things we're trying to do is get better data on representation in terms of, where people are, where women are, what pay is, and just keep collecting that information and getting better data on who's reporting, what's happening, when it's not happening, etc. And I think that's just the best that we can do, is hold people accountable to report things. So we're trying, but we haven't fixed it.
Thank you very much.
Now Ricardo and then
Yeah. I think my answer is the same as Elizabeth. I think all big countries and cities have these institutional problems, but we heard that standards and quality control and audit, you need to have like a special audit that really also looks into governmental, institutionalized, but also NGOs to ensure this quality control. But of course, we all have some problems. And just recently, because I mentioned the study on women with disabilities, especially if you have a disability and you, of course, have to rely on caretaking, the number of institutionalized violence is higher as soon as you are almost constantly in institutional care. And for example, especially girls with Down syndrome, trisomy 21, they get a lot of sexualized abuse throughout their lives because there's too little awareness done for them, but also for the caretaking people. So this is something what we try now to really talk to communities and parents, that also, of course, any young adult should learn about, abuse and sexually abuse, with any disability, ability. So that's very important.
Thank you. I would like to ask also Sally McManus, please join us on the panel. And Lilia had the question or comment, please.
So my question was about the same, the very recently adopted law in England and Wales that is against pro-contact, that there is some, women-friendly and children-friendly legislation that, ensures that if the abusive parent wants equal participation in child care after the divorce, so the law can rule otherwise, that this is not for granted anymore. Is it so, Sally? Can you comment on that? Thank you.
There is a proposal just recently that post-separation, that if there's domestic abuse that has been proved within the marriage, that there's no automatic right for a parent, an abusing parent, to have contact with a child. And that's literally come out. Sorry, the reason I'm looking at my phone is it's been reported today in the UK. So I don't think it's been enacted as yet, but it is coming forward. It's certainly a proposal. And I think we need probably to act on it.
I understand this is the only precedent in Europe perhaps, that this pro-contact assumption, which is taken for granted, that both parents should equally participate, but now it is questioned from the gender perspective, from that asymmetrical abuse of men towards women and children, and somehow this is taken into account while protecting families from repeated abuse after the divorce. So this is a very progressive law, I would say, but it's very, very new, yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, vienas dar, kad...
So, another point, since we have two questions, and our presenter Jolanta Sokolowski has to leave, do we have a specific question to her? And then we'll be able to move on. No. All right, so I'll ask a question. So, you presented various tools that are being discussed to implement, to combat violence against women. And one of them that you mentioned was to provide proactive aid to those who are violent. And as it was mentioned, they are not interested, they don't call for help, so they don't. There is very limited funding even to the women's organizations, such like Moterų namai, which is internationally active organization, does not receive any funding from the Social Affairs, Ministry of Social Affairs. So I might even encourage you not to enact this tool, because it would automatically draw financing from where it's needed to where it seems it won't be able to achieve the impact that you want. Thank you very much. That's an excellent question. I'd like to specify one point. It's not a very specific tool to work with violent people. We don't want to do anything of a kind. I would just wanted to add that work with violence to those persons is necessary as much as we're working with a victim. And so we need to look for ways to reduce the reiterative violence, to find punishment for those violent actions, and to look for data sharing between the police, the organizations that are working with men, with people who are violent, that they could find ways to access those people. One of the ways could be the programs that are active or should be open in all the municipalities, is work with those people to change their behavior, but as it was mentioned, it's very difficult and this tool is not very efficient. So we have a lot of discussions with your organization and others, and we are looking for the best ways to solve this issue, because not solving it is also not a way forward, because this is a complex issue, and these violent people return, they do that again and again. So all the institutions should look for a way to solve this issue. Well, if you look at the scientific research, if we assess various tools, it was found that recidivism is reduced by various control measures, like monitoring tools, jail time, and so on and so forth. So we're talking not about aid, but about inability to avoid the punishment. I would like to ask, when we're talking about a violent person, well, in his own volition, he won't go to any center because he thinks that everything is fine with him. It's the woman who's to blame. So what could be the preventative measures? How will you force that violent person to take a step towards betterment? Well, thank you for the question. As it was mentioned, there are no tools right now to force them. So it's ineffective. So I think that's a waste of money. And it's better to spend those funds for other things than support those violent persons. Well, I would like to add, maybe this is not the context for this discussion. This is a question of social services law, and this law should be reformed by removing the point that any person who is at risk of suffering violence and who is deemed to be at risk, so all the women, so maybe through regulating that law, we could combat or provide services for people with substance abuse and so on. Because neither alcohol nor the drugs are the reason for the violence. One drunk guy comes home and says, "I love you all," and goes to sleep. Another just smells alcohol and goes back to what he does either way, violence. So we can't relate that with prevention, because the scientific research shows this is not a prevention of domestic violence, because it does not solve the question of power, the power between the men and women. So only by increasing the power of women and providing them with more specialized and more complex aid, not only trauma-based aid, which is not ensured right now because we don't monitor the trauma. So only by increasing the power of women could we reduce the number of cases of violence. Not only by supply of services to the persons with substance abuse issues. Police loves that because the police is more often called when the guy is drunk. It's easier for the woman to prove. So that's a faulty understanding from the side of police. They will try to simplify the question. And there is these social services and prevention should not be mixed. Thank you very much. Only a brief comment from my side so that you would understand our priorities. As Honorable Lilia mentioned, it is work with the victims. This is our priority, and help to the victims. Work with the violent persons is only part of a systemic approach. We try to look at the services, look at the punishment, and so on. This is only part of a discussion. It's definitely not a priority of today's discussion. I would like to reply to Jolanta. There is sort of a disappointment because we have NGO experts, the Center of Competence, with long-term experience. ISPIC comes with their messages about institutional violence. And when we're trying to receive any funding for our activities, the system says that we don't need you to fix our mistakes. You remain offside. And Lilia will agree with me. So it's painful to hear that, as Susanna clearly stated, that the tool, well, it's a red flag already that this tool will be ineffective. And the part of the funding pie, which could be used to empower women, would be much more useful. Microphones are mandatory. All of you have to have microphones because it's needed both for the interpreters and the recording. All right. Please ask your question. Hello, everyone. I'm 70 years old. I live in Vilnius. I suffered from grave bodily injuries, and I have documents to prove that I am with a disability. So what could be done? If a person parks a car at parking for people with disabilities, administrative code has a fine defined. But I would like to realize my right to move. And I can't move with the public transport because in places in public transport for disabilities, healthy people sit there. And the administrative code, please let me finish. There is no responsibility in the administrative codex. So I talk with the future Minister of the Social Affairs, and she says that, sorry very much, we're talking about violence against women. I understand your issues, and I'm very sad to hear you encountering that issue, but this does not belong to the topic of this conference. So welcome to one conference, to second, to third, no one cares. People are crying, elderly people can't enter the public transport because it stops 1 meter away from the pavement. I don't represent myself, I represent all the elderly people who live in Vilnius. So whichever conference I go to, I see members of police. In 15 years, police never checked how the public transport stops at the pavement and how the elderly can't enter it. So just erase us from life and say you have a right to die. So representatives of municipality are listening. Maybe you don't have, from Vienna, maybe you don't have attention to the elderly as well. So maybe the representative of ministry heard that and will transfer to the proper authorities. All right, I am member from Interior. I worked with the orders for victim protection. We applied various programs for people who commit harm. So there were talks about how to recognize them, how to stop them. So from the inside, as far as I have experience, well, go talk with the NGOs, talk together, you'll find the solution. That doesn't lead to anywhere. NGO representatives won't talk about the real situation, about the non-competence. There's very little people who are dedicated to the work with harming violent persons. I will participate in a program about it. We talked about it. We received an award, but it was only a nice picture. The program was not active in any way. So could we talk about measures, about tools to receive information, real practice from NGOs? The focus group was the criminals with jail time who are violent against a woman, but the police just comes, just says take them, and they stay there for a couple of hours, they leave then. So there is no power to keep them, those people. The program has no force to force the person, that criminal person, to remain in the program for a longer time, for 2 weeks, for 2 months, to force them to go through the training.
Thank you very much. Perhaps let me bring you to the point. The main efforts and the new legislative amendments are aimed at working mainly with the victims. But what derives from the directive, we see that we have to work cross-sectorally. At the moment, we do not introduce any major reforms related to the work with the perpetrators. I wouldn't want to undervalue the work of the NGOs, and those who work with the perpetrators also have a lot of experience. We have a 5.5-month-long approved program for the work with perpetrators, as well as people under probation. At the moment, we are mainly focusing on the people who are at least to some extent motivated to get engaged in these programs. But certainly I wouldn't like to focus on these people in particular today, because our focus today is elsewhere. Nevertheless, these discussions are necessary to engage other parts of the system, like Lilia has mentioned, to look through the social services perspective and see how we could work towards those perpetrators. So we should try to approach those issues in a complex way. As for today's debate, I would like to leave you with the message that the Ministry of Social Security and Labor mainly focuses on victims. That would be our main message. Jolanta, could I just paraphrase what my colleagues have said? NGOs, so and NGO men organizations would tell you that they are motivated and their work is formalized. Our clients, if our client is a disgruntled, she can address the same as ombudsperson, and she is monitoring the services that we provide, because the men crisis centers are not interested, and so neither parts are interested in getting engaged, and they're only interested in filing reports. The same goes about the rest of the world. So we have to be able to hear that, admit that, and focus on the penal code amendments, focusing on violence and domestic violence against women. Thank you very much. I would just like to stress once again that this is exactly what we're talking today. Let me wish you successful completion of today's conference. The topics that have been raised today were definitely important, and unless there are any more questions, I would like to be excused since I have to leave now. Any more questions?
I would like to ask how your court system, both in Scotland and in Austria, works towards women who suffered from violence, and does they support? I'm just wondering because, I'd like to share my experience. I lived in UK for 7 years and I felt very safe there. However, I came back home for good and I realized a huge difference between our court system and how they see and how they act according to my rights as a woman rights, and how they are supporting that violent man, and they don't want to see and maybe feel, I would say, that woman who has less rights and she has less power. Honestly, she has less power than a man because he has money, he has, he knows different people who can support him in different ways. And at the end, that woman, she should fight for herself. So just wondering, in Lithuania, I'm still fighting for 5 years right now with my ex-husband. And it's difficult to prove, to show the truth, how it is in reality, because he's using psychological harassment towards me. And I spoke with Professor Žalimas, and he told me that's, Natalia, very difficult to prove that you are suffering from psychological harassment. And at the moment, I haven't seen my son for 6 months. I have no option, and our child rights and support specialist couldn't help me. Court couldn't help me. I have to go to the court again to take back my son. I have the same, I think, rights as my husband has to look after my little one, to care about him, to love him, to hug him, but at the moment I don't have that opportunity and chance. Just wondering how in your countries it works, and how women feel. Do they get a support from the court side, or do they have to fight as I do?
Well, firstly, I'd like to say I'm terribly sorry to hear what you're experiencing, and sadly I think it's been replicated across Europe. I've worked in a range of countries, including Malta and Serbia and Georgia, and I've got to say you're not the first person who's having to fight a system whereby there's privilege that is reinforcing that of male privilege. So individual male privilege reinforced by other male privilege and historical male privilege. So, you know, sadly, I mean, the States is one of the worst places. I would say that there's an attempt in Scotland to prevent that. The first one is that the criminal law, the prosecutions are not driven by the victim, it's the public interest. So there's quite a drive to have what they call victimless prosecutions. So if a woman were unsafe and were unable to engage with the prosecution for domestic abuse, then the court will take them, or the prosecutor takes it forward. They will do it without her. One of the reasons is that the courts and the judges have said, you know, if it was a femicide, if there was a dead body, you wouldn't need her statement. You would find the evidence. So they focus on proactive and active prosecution. So it's not on her. The second bit is, as a victim of a domestic abuse incident in Scotland, you are de facto a vulnerable witness. So you don't need to prove any vulnerability, but you are already, because of the type of offence you've experienced, a vulnerable witness. And a vulnerable witness has at least 5 to 10 potential different shields that we'd put forward. So you don't need to give your evidence in person. You can give it behind a screen. You can give it on a TV monitor. You can be supported by somebody who will attend the court with you. You are protected from sitting in the same witness room as members of his family or other witnesses. There's a huge number of protections. And they get people like me to actually go to court to ask if there's extra vulnerabilities, what other supports they need to have. So there's a huge amount there. There's, however, right, it's not perfect, because in the private family law court, money still talks. Do you know, there is currently still a presumption that contact with both parents is in the interests of the children. You know, we're moving against or away from that, but it's still not perfect. So injunctions and interdicts in Scotland to protect through the civil courts are expensive and time-consuming. There are agencies that will support women to get them and support women to fight for children and to have access and contact, etc., but it's not perfect. So our criminal court, I think, is further ahead than our private family law court and further ahead than the civil courts. I don't know what I could say to help, but if there's anything we can do, please come and talk.
Oh, thank you.
I think it also speaks that the procedures that Elizabeth shared, I think it's a good example of the right implementation of Victims' Rights Directive, because technically Lithuania also, like all EU countries, have had to put into their national systems EU Victims' Rights Directive notions. But in Lithuania, I think it's ended up in just 2-page document, which became rather paper but not practice. So yeah, there are things that we could strive, and also things that we can demand of our decision makers, and for practices to be really reflective of what the victims need.
I'd like to add that at the moment and during all the time, I have to record everything that he was saying to me, collect all the evidence, emails, so on and so forth, to show that I'm telling the truth. And even though what I'm calling sometimes police, because I'm going mad about the situation, and they can't help me. They just told me, we can't force your husband to give you back your son. And the child rights and state specialists, they're saying to me, why you're worrying? He's safe. He's looked after. I understand. However, I want to see him, to be with him, and nobody can help. So another court, another decision, and I know that the situation won't change because nobody can help me. So I am in that situation where I have to fight all the time with him. I don't know, and if I'll have that opportunity to, we had kind of 50-50 model. 1 week my son was with him, another one with me. And I thought that's a great model. He will have dad and mom. Why not? But at the end of the day, when I found a partner, my ex-husband decided to take my son to himself, and he was telling him, my son, that at the end of the day, she will forget about you, she will live her life, and you will disappear. Kind of, I don't know how to explain. And my son, he's scared because he thinks that if he will come to visit me, he will not have the opportunity to go back to his dad. It's crazy, but it's life, and I really want to help the woman who actually suffered from violence, from psychological harassment, because I have a huge experience. I lived with that person for 20 years, and I'm so happy that after 20 years I decided to divorce, to live separate, to live my life, and feel confident, feel safe, and where I can speak out about the things that I feel that are not right.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions? All right. If no one else has, I do have. And then we'll close the discussion. So speaking of the hate speech against women, this crime is very rarely recognized at all. We often talk about hate speech against foreigners, about members of different religions, about against LGBT, but when we're talking about hate speech against women, this is so normalized that we don't even recognize it. And so the Scottish initiative inspired me, that the decision-maker cabinets managed to produce a document talking about that this is a significant issue, significant problem. And so I'd like to pose a question to all of us. How could we bring similar document to our decision-maker cabinets? And why is that important? Why is it important to talk about misogyny? So who could start?
In Scotland, there's been a recognition that movements like the incel movement, that the influence internationally of media is inappropriate, and it's teaching our young men and young girls the wrong message, and that actually without taking steps to address it and criminalise it, we're waiting for those kind of more extreme gender-neutral kind of threats to emerge, and actually that's not the story. I think it's people like the NGOs who have joined together and held the government accountable in Scotland that has meant that we've got to the stage of having those kind of consultations and these proposals. I was going to say, actually, one of the things that I have just pulled out is Scotland, for the first time, has published a gender policy coherence annual statement.
What would that mean, coherence, in this case?
So this is about saying that across our moves towards equality, towards representation, towards access to services, to laws that support women and children, has Scotland been coherent in what they have done? So there's a women's health campaign, there's a women's finances campaign, there's representation, there's laws. So there's something about actually saying, is there a coherent strategy to make women safe, healthy, and part of our community? And I would just say that those kind of things, that's even the step beyond that.
Thank you. Any other thoughts?
Just to build on that, I think it's so important that we both recognise the specificity, but also recognise gender in the wider mainstream responses. And one of the mechanisms that sometimes has been useful is the requirement to have an equality impact assessment whenever any new policy in any given context is about to be rolled out, that we interrogate it from multiple perspectives, but one of those being, are there unintended or unobserved consequences in relation to gender? But that's something we ought to be doing across the board, and recognising that these things are so related, that violence in one context of one kind, in one setting, is often the same people, both in terms of those using violence and those experiencing it in other settings as well. So it is always about both.
Thank you.
Norėčiau tą progą pridurti.
I would like to add, if we actually hear openly from one of the political parties, the chairman of that party, which is a member of the ruling coalition, that old women, silly women, and no one corrects him. So does that mean that our state, it shows that our state is tolerant not only to anti-Semitism, because that same chairman is using anti-Semitic rhetorics, so equally no one reacts to when he speaks so openly with misogyny about women. So speaking of political culture from the parliament, and speaking of that women's rights are equal to human rights and they have to be protected, well, all of those are being stopped from the top down. All right. So on this note, we're closing our panel discussion. So thank you to the presenters for excellent insights, for coming here and participating, for your presentations. We also have the resolution, so please stay and listen to the resolution. Just a question, did anyone lose a ring in the toilet? Just take a look. If you lost it, come to me after the conference. So, the resolution of the conference. As we, the organizers and participants of the Conference on Women's Human Rights in Lithuania 2025, the position, role, and importance of women civil organizations in the face of political challenges, women civil organizations, specialists in various fields, active members of the society, having listened to the reports of the conference and based on our expert work on the protection and consolidation of human rights, especially women's human rights, and looking for answers to urgent women's human rights issues, we formulate this resolution with our recommendations and submit them to the attention of the heads of state and to the responsible institutions. To the President of the Republic of Lithuania, the Speaker of the Seimas, the Prime Minister, the Seimas Human Rights Committee, the Seimas Ombudsman's Office, the Office of the Equal Opportunities Ombudsman, the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Justice, the Interior and the Police Department under the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport. We are convinced that the application of these recommendations will serve to ensure the public interest by implementing the horizontal policy priority of the European Union and the Republic of Lithuania, such as the consolidation of equal opportunities for women and men, by developing and implementing policies, strategies, and programs aimed at promoting women's progress in all areas of society, including at the municipal level. Firstly, given the geopolitical situation and the emerging need to promote social mobilization and resilience to forms of hybrid warfare, one of the strategic objectives of the state is to pursue an effective policy of strengthening and empowering civil society, paying particular attention to women's NGOs, working on gender equality, and preventing and overcoming violence against women in society and the family. Secondly, the experience of war in Ukraine teaches us that geopolitical conflicts undoubtedly affect the whole of society, but women face particular challenges during the war. During the war, they have to take care not only of family members, children and elderly, but also of the wounded, war refugees or displaced persons. In this context, safety must be perceived through the prism of gender. The human rights perspective for women must be guided both by strengthening defense and by the security and readiness of civil society to face potential challenges. Thirdly, in accordance with the law on equal opportunities for women and men and the law on protection against domestic violence, to oblige municipalities to carry out institutional support on a programmatic basis for NGOs working on gender equality and preventing and combating violence against women in society and the family. Fourthly, to create a women's friendly legal environment by transporting Directive European Union of the Parliament and of the Council on violence against women and domestic violence into the Lithuanian legal framework and addressing the issue of overcoming violence against women in society and the family. To review the laws on equal opportunities for women and men, protection from domestic violence, fundamentals of protection of the rights of the child, and social services, adjust them using gender-sensitive language. Fifthly, to prepare a new version of the Protection from Domestic Violence Act, reflecting the gender-sensitive approach and the notion that domestic violence is a human rights violation, which is currently removed from the 2023 version of the Act. Also, to return the provision of the APPI, the Specialized Complex Assistance Centers are established on the basis of NGOs. Sixth, the body monitoring the implementation of the law on equal opportunities for women and men should proactively encourage legislative decision-making, public and private sector entities to adopt and apply temporary special measures to promote the advancement of women, to establish a mechanism for the active monitoring of the implementation of these measures. 7. To define institutional violence as the act or omission of institutions contrary to the interests of the individual. To prevent institutional violence. To amend the law on the fundamentals of the protection of the rights of the child, on the law on social services accordingly, to amend the activity descriptions of municipal institutions, providing case management, providing for personal responsibility for excessive acts or omission that violate women's human rights. 8. In the view of the fact that gender-based violence can affect women of all backgrounds, educational backgrounds, ages, etc., to adjust the law on social services by removing from the definition of social risk adults the wording at risk of psychological, physical or sexual abuse, domestic violence as stigmatizing women and contributing to discrimination against women. 9. To update the implementation of the state strategy on the reduction of violence against women when transposing directive of the European Parliament and of the Council on violence against women and domestic violence. 10. To establish a separate protection order against violence, providing long-term civil protection for the victim. 11. To refuse the institute of compulsory mediation and remove this provision from mediation law, enshrining the principle of the primacy of human rights, the right for the individual to choose the social services he needs. 12. To ensure the implementation of women's reproductive rights, to develop and adopt a national reproductive health strategy, improve access to reproductive health services and contraception for the population, and introduce science-based sexuality education in schools and society. The law to regulate the termination of pregnancy, to make active efforts to identify, name, and prevent obstetric violence. 13. To introduce a culture of consent for sexual relations, to review the articles of the Criminal Code regulating sexual offenses, adding a provision that any sexual act, including in cyberspace, without the explicit consent of another person, constitutes sexual abuse and must be punished. 14. To conduct a representative victimological survey to measure the prevalence of sexual violence and to learn more about the experience of victims, their needs, and the availability of assistance relevant to them. 15. Given that it is sexual violence that is part of the trauma of war experienced by women, the CEDAW Committee's repeated recommendations to Lithuania, stressing the need to focus on overcoming sexual violence, are now of particular importance. 16. In the run-up to Day X, there is an urgent need to set up a two-tier support infrastructure for victims of sexual abuse, both emergency centers at medical facilities and a long-term system of psychosocial support centers based on women's NGOs, to provide the adequate funding for this purpose. And 17. Ratify as soon as possible the Istanbul Convention, which provides a unified worldview framework for combating violence against women. So that's how our this year's women's human rights in Lithuania 2025 resolution sounds like. Do we agree with it? So I hear that we agree. So with Human Rights Committee help, we will try to send it to the recipients that were named. So, by joint agreement, Henrika, would you like to state a finishing word?
Yes, indeed, I would like to express my gratitude to the most patient ones especially to our foreign guests who managed to come on time to our conference and take part in it, despite the difficulties that they've encountered on their way here. I'm grateful to our colleagues from the Lithuanian NGO sector who experience the problems faced by us on a daily basis and contribute to dealing with them. I'm grateful to the members of parliament who took part in today's debate. Who have their own right discursive opinion and will make sure that our opinion will be heard. I'm grateful to the Committee on Human Rights and its wise advisor, Ms. Eglė Gibovičiūtė, for their contribution together with them and the Vilnius Women's House, as well as the umbrella organization Association Women's Rights, Universal Human Rights I'm representing today. Thanks to all of them, hopefully, we will be able to go step by step towards a society where women can feel dignified, where the entire system is meant to ensure a welfare state equally for both genders. Thank you, and thank you once again to all. And I would also like to add by repeating our gratitude to Iki Supermarket for the pies, to Rotunda Hotel for the concessions in providing accommodation to our guests. And we're also grateful to the volunteers of Vilnius Women's House. So applause to all of them once again.
Ačiū. Iki kitų pasimatymų.
Thank you once again, and I hope to see you in our future events.